So how did I get started playing from the depth? Well, it's actually, don't listen to me, listen to me some time ago.
And this game was actually given to me by Super Scarab 120. And well, I've said it to you, but I say to everyone that I'm most grateful for this gift, so thank you very much again. So
now, I will be extremely surprised if Super Scarab is still watching, still with us here at the channel. But if you're here, announce yourself. You deserve some kind of gift. We sort something out. If it weren't for Super Scarab giving us from the depth long ago, there is like no guarantee I would ever actually even try to get in it. Because honestly, starting out playing from the depth, well, it was a bumpy ride. Oh my lord, look. I liked my home video. Okay, let's unlike that. Well, this is January 22nd, 2016. That's basically 10 fucking years ago. That's insane. That's insane. Well, obviously we'll just have to post a new little comment here, but that's super cool. Yeah, so that's like the reason why I started to even try and play from the depth. At this time, I was deeply into engineering other types of weapons. I've noticed in retro perspective, I have been somewhat obsessed with revolving gun systems in different games. Like I was making these fucking scary like automatic cannon system that was like powered with an actual engine simulator mod and actual gears. Yeah, scary automations we had there. Or like stuff like this little meme gun.
it sounds like
It's probably the weirdest revolver system one could have imagined. Well, it's special, but yeah, it works. I have been doing weird revolving gun systems for quite some time. It's, yeah, and this I have done in other games as well, like, you know, making warhead machine guns and weird stuff like that in this whole game. So it was pretty obvious, but like when I started to play from the depth, folk were saying in comments, it's like high time you take a look at this game, and obviously everything I could imagine and want to do is of course possible to do in From the Depth. But at this time I was very deep into StarMade. And StarMade, by the way, we don't play anymore, but hopefully one day maybe we can return. It's been stuck in a non-developer developing lock for a good time. That's why. Almost everyone is like literally abandoned that shit. But the thing is that I built the Pandora Haven. And if you're wondering what that is, well, I thought that it would be a good idea to build a city, and well, it's a big project, and yeah, there is some valid things to say about like just moving on and play the popular games, but you know, I kind of want to finish my city someday. That's you know. Why?
Recording before I will
what was that?
Recording before the game crashes. So
yeah.
Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah. So keeping with the same games for a really long time gave me this little perk of actually sticking with this game, you know, for very long, and thus been able to.
That's we can have into battle.
That is true for From the Depth. That is true for StarMade, and you know, Battlefield 2.
Fish 1 get taken, and what the fuck? So they could have their both.
But
okay, I don't understand why we can't have all our stuff, but never mind.
When starting to play from depth. I had some different issues. I got quite frustrated with the game because, as I mentioned previously, we'll have to end this recording before the game crashes. Yeah. And at that time, when the game crashed when I was recording, it would automatically ruin my recording. It would be void, dead. It's not the case anymore, but at that time it was. And that was extremely annoying. So the game had this issue before of like crashing before 20 minutes or something has passed. So while Scarab and many others were completely right in that From the Depth was a very interesting game, just up my alley, where I could make my fun little weapon systems and all of that stuff, they couldn't know that for some systems at that time, From the Depth had so severe performance issues that it just regularly crashed for a lot of people. By the way, big shout out to Adnecrius, who's been with us for so long. Montrose Adnecrius were one of those people who were very early with supporting us playing From the Depth a big bit, with giving us a lot of tips and all of that, so this we'll be grateful to as well, not only to Scarab for actually giving us the game, and you know, without that, without us getting the game, without his support, we probably wouldn't have stuck with it, because as you can see here, I tested my luck. It's very reliable. It will crash in about 20 minutes. Every fucking time. Can you imagine how frustrating this was? It was insane. And well, I'm a little bit uncertain where exactly that was fixed, but this is like 8 years ago, and you can see the beautiful old UI. It's darn old. But in any case, so am I. Yeah, we started playing it early on, but the crashes made me kind of quit or play it extremely rarely. But I don't know what it was, but eventually it got fixed and it didn't crash regularly anymore. And at that point, we started to play From the Depth for real, if you will. Like more seriously, just not casually, but you know, actually trying to build complex things. And I started out trying to make some Viking ships and stuff like that. That's how I started building stuff in From the Depth. And then it just escalated. And since I already were making a lot of tutorials for other games and tech and all stuff like that, obviously I wanted to make some tutorial for From the Depth as well, because I felt that there was some lacking space to fill out with my tutorial making style there, aside from the in-game tutorial being absolutely abysmal. They're better now, but they're still kind of abysmal. We should make a video about me going through the tutorials to see if I learned something. Well, I just guess it escalated from there, basically. There was a lot to learn, and like this year, I've started to look into breadboard for a change. The game keeps me hooked because there is always new things to learn, and it's pretty interesting. And of course, thanks to all of you who are watching and engaging with the channel as well. That's obviously also a really big thing will require. If you want some more From the Depth content, look at the Relaxism and GMODISM's GMODIST channel, my secondary channel, for some extra videos as well. But that's basically the story, how we got started. We got gifted the game. A lot of our then subscribers and people in the empire of GMODISM were just being really helpful and positive, and that made it so that we stuck, and eventually I learned enough to make tutorials, and you know, I like to think that I'm getting a little bit better each year at least, but I don't know. That's up to you to say. And now I have been dropping in here at, well, 3,260 hours, which is great. This is not totally representative. I have accidentally had From the Depth running this past 2 weeks, at least 2 times when I went to go to sleep. So, you know, there is that too. But yeah, I've been playing From the Depth a lot at my free time. I have some backlog of content to make too, so there is that. Well, in any case, I enjoy it much, and I hope you're enjoying these videos as well and all of that. If you wanted to know how I got into From the Depth, now you do. Other than that, this is your host Eric, and we are signing out with a paper replica that's, I mean, with real me. Well, you find links to the other channels there in the corner where the badges are. If you want to support the channel, you can go to gmodims.com/support. You can join the Ecclesiarchy, you can join the commissioned officers, or you can join the government. In any case, thanks a lot for watching. This is your host, signing out. Well, hello. This is your host, Eric. You're watching GMODIST, and I felt I had to tell you a little bit about why most of my series have been a little bit lacking and have been a little bit on a pause for the latest amount of weeks. This is because of the Sword of the Ecclesiarch fleet, which we should look at in this little episode. Here you can see the motto for the Sword of the Ecclesiarch. It's Latin, Igne natura renovatur integra, and it basically means through fires nature is reborn. This is the first vessel which were developed for the Sword of the Ecclesiarch, and it was first a co-build with Graver, who is seeming the project now, but it's actually moving over to holding or helping administrating the thing this is made for. Now it's me. We got the Chaplain General Witch Doctor, and we got the Engineer Robot Stellar helping us build for this little sub faction. Now this particular build is mostly Graver's work in its shaping, and then I've you know, added many things to it, so that we built. But anyways, we should be looking at the full array. And well, there are some ships to look through here, so I'm not joking around if you think I've been a little bit busy with these things. So that's why we had a little bit low speed of production for the battles, no new tutorials, slow for the builds for Ant Or 2 and the other commissioned officers. Yeah, this is the reason. Sorry about that, but I hope you will enjoy this little fleet. Anyways, so I will showcase the different ships here. We have some adaptations like the croquette ship here, but made for the Sword of the Ecclesiarch, so we got bigger diff guns on this thing and some missiles as well. The Army of GMODIST Sword of the Ecclesiarch does have its own logo, which is of course accessible on the homepage if that would be a thing, but we got some missiles and some diff guns and stuff like this. Just a little auxiliary build costing just 18,000 materials, so not very expensive. It can better be seen here. We got the Sword of the Ecclesiarch, so we got the AOG gear. We got the motto here, Igne natura renovatur integra, and we got the flame around the sword here. That's our logo. In any case, here we can see the Misericorde class hydrofoil flamer. So Witch Doctor built this little hydrofoil flamer thing, and our Chaplain General witch doctor is in effect the deciding function of the Sword of the Ecclesiarch, because this is built for something called the Promethean Directive, and it is basically a tabletop war game like Risk. You know, I talked a little bit about the library before, if you saw that, and it's a little bit like that, but it's actually what library was inspired from, and it's not cancelled because library is cancelled. This has already run a season. It was very popular and very big, so this is like a big undertaking to participate in this. Like, you can't basically participate yourself, and there is a lot of spreadsheets involved, like a lot of spreadsheets. I won't show them to you today, maybe in another episode if you wish to see that, but yeah. This is pretty cheap too, 34,000. Flamethrowers are something we like due to our motto, through fire the world is reborn. And yeah, Witch Doctor built the bulk of it, and I added some details, some more engines like the end. I really like the engines we added here. It looks like they're part of the design. Added some extra missiles and stuff like that. So basically, someone builds the design and someone else goes through, checks and adds or removes some stuff that may or may not be good here. So that's kind of the little teamwork we're having here for each of the builds, really. This is our cargo plane. I don't think we are going to use it for a while though, because we decided to not have all the technologies that may be needed. But you can see if we remove the mimics here, man, this is like basically mostly cargo units. It is a thick plane full of cargo, like minimal anything. It's like wood actually. And this beautiful little design was built by Graver. I just add a few fixes. I did basically nothing to it. Just boring stuff. But it works. It's pretty fast too. Anyways. So the Promethean Directive, being a tabletop wargame, includes a lot of different factions. It's of course too late to join it now. But if you really think this looked like a cool idea, you can join it next year. It will probably be held next year as well, I hope. A lot of participants, and yeah, it's definitely a large undertaking to hold this event. So big thanks to Mizar Luke, who is running all of this on their free time, and to everyone that's helping making it possible as well. We got a lot of ships here. I think we want to start perhaps with checking out like some smaller designs so we can move up in size. We have some land designs as well, which I feel we may need to look a little bit at as well. So yeah, what I think is that, where is this now? There it is, the Hermitage class scout patrol boat. Yeah. So we got like names like Hermitage, Abbey, Cathedral, types of names for them. So the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM is, as you may know, what I decided to call YouTube members, which is a little bit funny. So for many of these AIs, you can see we have actually names of people we're supporting. So we have Elevated Dolphin, like there. We got Elevated Matros Halofo. We got some cadets like Wolstenwell and Lieutenant Rick Brell. We just have some mix of Army of GMODISM commissioned officer supporters and people in the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM at YouTube memberships, just for fun there. Anyways, the Hermitage class is a very tiny boat, just 10,000 in cost. It's probably pretty weak combat-wise, but honestly, this is mostly a scout ship that I built it for. So it's not like really built to be this insane battle boat either. It's really not what it's supposed to do. It is supposed to get in early, like front line. It can deliver some damage with its cram cannons. We do have a small little gun here in the back as well, but that's about it. It will share the position of the enemy and stuff like this, so it will be able to provide some targeting information, and well, in general, it's just built to be sent out there and detect stuff that may or may not want to be hiding from us. It looks nice. So yeah, you will definitely recognize the Merops attack plane, but well, I basically made it almost only missiles. The original one is like much cheaper, so I made the missiles a bit longer and added the cool daggers to it and some other deco, and then our chaplain general has set this thing up to be much more evasive. We may need to hold some battles between this and the previous version at the GMODIST channel, so subscribe there if you haven't already. We have some extra content over there. Anyways, it's this is super cool. It's like so cheap, so few blocks, but it's yeah, I like it. I'll just enjoy it. Like these little small daggers, I'm also satisfied that I managed to make them. It's not hard, but I thought it was. Well, in any case, the official story is that thousands of years in the future, the galaxy is under existential threat, and only one organization can save it. The Promethean Directive was established to run war games of an unprecedented scale at the Alderson disk known as the New Cancun, to prepare millions of military and civilian leaders for the wars to come. Yeah, and the out-of-character explanation is a unique multiplayer war diplomacy simulator for the video game From the Depth. And a lot of text. I'm going to tag the Promethean Directive YouTube channel in this video description if you want to go and see what's happening there. I think you can join their Discord and just ghost it as well, I suppose, to have some limited understanding on how it's progressing. Possibly. I don't really know. Other than that, otherwise you could join next year. Yeah. Oh yeah, so the Hermitage class, the scout ship, that is my creation. I think someone may have fixed it a little bit. I'm not sure entirely. This is also my creation. It is the oratory. This is a burner corvette. It's really funny with these turrets because they don't only look like they have engines. Like these guys, they actually have engines. If I can go on these turrets here, and we go, you can see it has an engine. If I remove this, we have less engine power. So they're not really, they have lower priority because they're not very efficient, but yes, each of these flamer turrets are self-sustained. I think I call them Delta Corp, like trash incinerator or something like that. They're not held in high regard. But yeah, so that's the thing. For the Sword of the Ecclesiarch, as a sub-faction of the army of GMODISM, we have a little story as well. So basically, in ancient times, the empire of GMODISM, basically then some kind of historical version of me, the Lord High Admiral and Ecclesiarch Eric of the army of GMODISM, of course, made a super secret task force called the Sword of the Ecclesiarch for obvious reasons, which were to perform some very secretive and important missions in the world then to find important information and stuff, and establishing a civilization there on this Alderson disk, aka New Cancun, was obviously a very important aspect, since there are some very secretive and important information to be gathered there. However, when the Sword of the Ecclesiarch were traveling to get there, their version of their Omnius Prime copy, the AI they brought with them, got damaged and were having some weird output. The time went on, and since the Sword of the Ecclesiarch force lost contact with the general empire of GMODISM for a really long time, well, stuff became a little bit weird. Stuff evolved in a little bit of a different direction. The old AI and communication to the Empire of GMODISM unit, which was damaged and was instead starting to be called the Machine God. And well, after a while, some high priests just took over the Sword of the Ecclesiarchy and ran it as their civilization there on the Promethean Directive for a really, really long time, and it's just been left alone. Now recently, the Ecclesiarch, which is I, were reinstated, recontact was made thus, and the Sword of the Ecclesiarchy is under the Empire of GMODISM's control, which is really high time, and the plan all along, of course, because now stuff is moving about in the Alderson disk, because, well, shit's going down. And that's why I'm here, and that's why our Chaplain General Witch Doctor and our Engineer Rob Stellar were all there to make sure that stuff doesn't go haywire, right? This is the Sky Crusader class air monitor. I believe that Rob Stellar built almost all of this, and then me and Witch Doctor just fixed and added some stuff. I added a lot of diff guns to this thing to make its survivability a little bit better. And I think, yeah, well, we all checked out each other's designs and did something on them, right? Anyways, this will just sit in the sky and output damage. It has a little bit of an evasive problem, so having all of these interceptors, of course, added to the cost a little bit. But it, of course, is worth it to make it survive, but it's not as cheap as we wanted it before. But it looks nice. Yeah. It's not one of our most min-max designs. We have a few of them. Here we have the Sanctuary class frigate, it's pronounced, I think. And this thing is, well, I don't know how good it is in terms of the damage output in comparison to our other designs. I think it's built mainly by Witch Doctor. I'm not sure. Oh, whatever. I'm not really sure. But anyhow, I added some stuff to it. We all did something on it. It's super cool. I added like more defensives and stuff like that. You can see this thing looks super beautiful. It's super nice. Add a little flamer here in the front. Other than that, it's VLMs. We have lots of details, and inside this hole, you'll have to appreciate this hole here. It looks super holy. Very nice. Well, we have so many designs. We'll just need to go through them, right? We have well, maybe we should look at this on a land, but it's not too much to see, to be honest. I fixed my old howitzer and made a version for this. It looks better. It does. We have some added weaponry and stuff. Oh my god, it's loud. So yeah, we got just a few land units. We can go down with the land units directly here. This is a beautiful tank built by Kevin, but I totally butchered it and made weird things with it, so it doesn't look as cool now. I'll have to show you the proper version later. It looks amazing. This is like a botch job of it, but that's to make it legal as a contestant for our faction, right? But it's nice to have a tank. It's definitely our best tank. We also only have one tank. All right. Anyways, the previous was the self-propelled gun Lancer 1884 howitzer, and this one was the main battle tank Leon. And we all try to make names that are somehow related to the Sword of the Ecclesiarch theme a little bit there. Now this one is really cool. This is the Bristleback class mortar metal clad airship. And this is Graver's really beautiful design. It is a helium airship, and well, look at this thing. It has a huge array of cram mortars. Look at them. We have, how many barrels? That's 16 barrels of cram mortars. And they're incendiary as well. Not mostly. Yeah. Anyways, this little telescope tower looks absolutely amazing. I almost want to destroy the magic by clicking, basically removing mimics. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. But man, this telescope tower looks so cool. I had a lot of, well, interception and stuff to it, but it's looking really great. Well, oh god, here we have this thing. This is the extremely insane Army of GMODIST Sword of the Ecclesiarchy Abbey Fortress. Now, Graver made some really cool cathedral looking designs in the beginning, but our witch doctor has made this insanely beautiful. Look at this thing. Look at this facade. It's absolutely amazing. Look at these details, like around the doors. Like, how many layers is this? It's absolutely insane. Well, it looks absolutely great, so I'm not complaining. I was just looking at this in awe, adding loads of diff cans, smoothing out some details, adding some worthless shit details, flamers and stuff. And this is like Witch Doctor's awesome detail. The flaming sword here. It's not only the sword of the Ecclesiarch combined with the motto, Igne part of the motto in specific. but it's also draws some references to King Arthur and the sword in the stone. It's very cool. And we have big crams. Crams looks like some kind of cathedral tower by itself. I added a lot of exposed ammunition here. That's actually ammunition. And these little things, man, it's so many cool details here. And the crazy thing with this is that it has like a full interior. Look at this thing. I kind of want to like go here IRL somehow, and then we can like go out there and we got some diff guns to shoot down incoming target. And this is like a beautiful mimic cluster. Basically this is like no solid block, it's just mimics made by Setup for the AOG a long time ago. Well, this facade, look at it, we even have a little poster and stuff. Well, we have so many things to go through here. Now, this is absolutely insane. This is the Cathedral class heavy artillery cruiser. Yeah, this is big. So this was I think mostly like Graver built like all of this, and I added some shit later on, and did some interior armoring, fixing things up, making turrets not die and stuff. But as you can see here, Graver done basically everything on this thing. It was where this little telescope tower was built, and well, it's beautiful. And we have this super ambitious interior here as well, looking pretty great. We all try to keep to the theme, but that we have some small differences just makes it feel so much alive. Yeah, it has diff guns and a insane big gun here in the middle. It is, as you can understand, a very scary railgun of 500 millimeters shooting a pen depth AP frag shell with oh no, why do we have 2 emergency ejection defuses? Well, that's wrong. Well, whatever. Why did I not notice that when I fixed it? I'm seriously wondering. Oh no. Well, we did a little crash there. That wasn't intentional. Man, this thing looks evil. So yeah, this is the very scary min-maxed airship. This is really cool. It doesn't only look scary, it's pretty classic cool too. The Igni class absolutely fire nukes anything. It's absolutely insane. I mean, this thing is crazy. Costing $250,000. It is an expensive one-time fix, but a bit of a one-time fix it kinda is, because this thing just gets in close and unloads insane amounts of incendiary shells at pretty slow speeds. Like, man, it just ignites things permanently. This is thus called the AOG ZTMC Igni class incendiary bomber metal class airship. Very cool. Don't mess with that. And Graver made this Terax pattern drill, which is a really cool little concept. We're gonna have a little testing video here, but I just tinkered around and could make a version that almost deal the same amount of damage for about half the cost, just fixing some interior bits. But it is a little bit slower, so we also made a standard drill unit. Not to speak about the land drill unit, which I started on. This is a complete abomination. It needs to be updated. But you can probably guess where it's gonna go. It's gonna go on land. If we're invaded by a land, we can send out that. It's very scary. Alright, so we don't need to look at all of that Innovator class. No, we don't really need to do that. We're probably gonna forget something anyways. So anyways, here we have the Flying Commandment class Air Monitor. This thing, together with the ship I'm gonna show you later, has been developed and built to possibly be able to be our main big production battlecraft. That is basically to be mass produced and deal most amounts of damage. Both our designs are Sandblaster based design, and this is Robot Stellar's version, which is a flying version that deals very good amount of sandblasting action. Really cool looking turrets here too. I really love these ones. That Robot Stellar made with like some parts and stuff going on them. They look very cool. This man though, just like about to fall out of there. Well, there we have, that's that one. Okay, now before we look at my little version there, we're gonna go and check the defensive airbase fortress. So our witch doctor made this insanely cool little main defensive base. It's only cost 177,000, and it does have some flamers, but most notably it has so many TEDx pattern drills that can just be spammed at the enemy to like great effect. These drills deal insane damage. We seriously have to have a test video over at the GMODIST channel, so check that out now. We also have a lot of the attack planes here too, getting ready for action somehow, that can be spawned and well, sent into combat. But man, Wish Doctor did a real good job there. I haven't basically added anything. Well, and then before we look at that, we're gonna save the best for last, right? So here we have the Cerebro class assault drill carrier. Obviously, to carry these drills into action, we need an assault drill carrier. So this unit holds 3 drills, and well, they will just be launched as well, jet dive bombers, except they won't move away. They are like diving and killing on contact, especially with these flywheels attached inside. They are very scary. So yeah, don't let them come close, basically. And about what I've been working most on, we had the real need to get something really strong. So the light cruiser, the Renovateur class light cruiser, can't speak anymore. Inside the game there are some reductions of materials, so this one costs almost 300k in the spawning game, but it does cost 250k resources in game, which unlocks it so that we can produce it in factories, which will be a better, cheaper way to do it. This, however, is the only thing which I can say I've really spent a lot of time on perfecting, because we need this to work. And even though I try to perfect it as much as possible, Witch Doctor went into all of these guns. The Vigoletta Marksman, this is a new version of the Vigoletta Marksman. It's actually rail assisted. And we have these one, the Fort SA Sandblasters. The ammo has been changed on them because they needed more accuracy on longer ranges, so they use Sabofin Fin. And if we go at marksman is a little bit more how it was before, but still different formulation, faster shells. We have a lot of interceptors going on here, and they are really quick. They are from my intercepting empirical testing videos too, so you can see it. And of course, I made a little sword in the top here. This one, of course, has some interiors as well, as they should have. I just got stuck and spawned too much time here in the interior. Look at it. We have like a lexing, a like list of quotes from your GMODIST and sayings and stuff as a book form. We got some cool guns, setups, little ship in a box. I even had the new like ironical poster I'll need to produce and print somehow. Yeah, I guess I just had fun with it. It is a beast though. This thing is a beast. Well, I guess that's basically the sword of the Ecclesiarch fleet as it looks right now. They do crash into each other even though we set them up not to, but well, what can you do? Did I show you this interiors? Well, you'll see it sometime. But I think it's pretty cool. We're gonna see how this little war game will go for us. But I hope it will be real fun and that we'll want to rejoin as the Sword of the Ecclesiarch to participate multiple times. But yeah, that's also the story behind the Sword of the Ecclesiarch. How did we get? This is interesting. Well, that's basically the story of the Sword of the Ecclesiarch. A little isolated. Oh man, I'm fearing the game will crash if I don't stop doing stuff like this. Anyways, that's the story. Our little task for getting isolated, corrupted computer, which is then the machine god, and the high priests being corrupt. And well, we're trying to clean up this just before shit's gonna happen, to be able to get something out of this mission at last indeed. Well, that's the Sword of the Ecclesiarchy for the army of GMODISM's participation in the Promethean Directive. Link to their YouTube channel in the description. And yeah, subscribe to GMODIST channel too. Well, I'm not in a state of showing myself, so you'll have to suffice with the paper replica. Well, I hope you enjoyed checking this out, and as said, GMODIST channel you can check out here on the cards on the upper right corner. If you want to support the channel, please consider doing so. A big thanks to all in the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM, of course, and to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM. And with that said, I think we should be turning off this little video and keep the suspenseful action which is soon to be unfolded for another time. This is your host Eric of GMODISM, and we're signing out. We're coming back with a normal series soon. But this is the reason why it's been drawing out a little bit. See you.
GMODISM.
Well, hello. You are watching GMODISM channel. This is your host Eric, and we're back with a little video with a little update. I actually intended to post this video yesterday, but here we are. So yeah, it's a Monday, and I have now updated the files for the commissioned officers. So that means all Patreons get the updated files. It's kind of a big change. I did restructure the entire folder structure. Actually, let me show you. So the folder structure is now completely different. I revamped it from like scratch basically. And you can see I include a underscore before each name, so that means every folder has changed the name. If you're a commissioned officer in the army of GMODISM, I suggest you remove, like re-download all the files, just remove the old files and replace them with the new ones. That's the most simple things. A few items have been removed, but they're kind of not important, so maybe you want to save a backup. But just to let you know, if you're a commissioned officer, definitely do a complete re-download, because the new structure is much better. It's much easier to find stuff. And I applied this to sub-objects as well, so you can see the readability here is just so much better now. So that's a big tip for all of you, to have an underscore before and after. That way the like brackets won't collide with the names, so the readability will be a lot better. Anyways, as many of you know, I am making this big fleet to tackle the Nether. And I played this game since like 2015, and it was long ago I even made an attempt at a campaign. At that time I thought it was kind of hard, but then I just got interested in min-maxing, so I actually have no idea how hard it is. Now the fleet isn't completely done yet, but I figured it would be a fun idea to just showcase to all of you. You may notice this. What is this, you may ask? Well, you know the decals I have been complaining about that I don't... Well, you see this? gmodism.com/media AOG whitemark. I'm self-hosting the images now. All of them. They're self-hosted. Can't remove them now, Imgur. Take that. So yeah, that took a long time to like fix all of the decals, upload them, host them on the homepage, make everything work. Yeah, I moved the host, I moved the homepage to a new host I haven't used before, so they basically offer some better speeds and stuff like that. I set up like some Cloudflare DNS protocols and whatever, so that it will be, the image files and everything will be like internationally accessible the best way possible. I did work hard on this, hopefully it works. It seems to work so far, so that's good. And of course, I have not only updated the Army of GMODISM officers files, I have updated the Steam Workshop files, because you can imagine that this thing, the Gimle, all the images were like replaced with some Imgur, this file is missing stuff. So for each and every ship that used the Imgur images, that's basically all of the ships, I had to redo it. I had to repost the images in all of the holoblocks one by one. And you can imagine that took some time. That means that I have updated the existing file on the Steam Workshop page. So if you're subscribed to any of my assets, like the Gimle class or other ships, you need to re-download them. Unfortunately, From the Depths doesn't have a useful Steam integration at all, so if you want to have an updated version of a file on the Steam Workshop, you'll have to just simply re-download it. So anything that you might have subscribed to on the Steam Workshop from me, please re-download it and save over the previous file, and you will get the working image files. Also, some very tiny hidden small fixes that were some small issues on various ships I have been fixed too, but they were kind of, I didn't bother writing them down, so yeah, re-download stuff, thank you. And that will be quite splendid. And while you're at it, do leave a 5-star rating review on the stuff you have downloaded from me, then I will be very happy. It's fun. Anyways, about that, do like this video as well. That helps a lot, of course, it helps the channel. You may have noticed there have been a little bit low on content lately, and if you're interested about that, I posted some messages on Discord and some video explaining that a little bit as well. So we're back now, it's the most important part, so yeah. that's the more important part. So I'm going to continue making the videos. That means, of course, continue on the Yamato project. I'm so sorry we have so much delays in the Yamato refit project, but you know, sometimes stuff happens, and yeah, at least we are continuing on it, so fear not. In any case, I think we should be checking out the gmodism.com homepage. It is not 100% done. I'll need to fix a few things more, but it's basically done enough, so I would like you to check it out. I really try to make it a fun and new type of experience to go to this site. Yeah, I don't know if you will think it's fun. The house you go to home, of course. Sorry about that. Return is just backwards. Anyway, so I have a completely different navigation. I built the site using some plugins from scratch, basically. So it has a lot of custom CSS code. Man, I think I may, as I always do, I tend to spend a little too much time on minor details, but hopefully you will notice that. So here we have some like current news and stuff, so that's cool. You can click on get in touch, so you can go to like our subreddit here if you want to. That's in a new tab, yeah. You can even like join our Discord here. You can even like send a contact email, and you can go to our like X page. It's not called Twitter, if you want to have some updates and stuff, because I made it so that my like videos, when I post a video, it gets posted on X as well. So it doesn't matter if it's a Twitch stream, a YouTube video, or if it's from any of my 3 channels, you'll get a notification there, which can be pretty smart. And if you haven't noticed this, the YouTube community page is a good place for making polls and stuff. So I do a lot of polls there. So if you didn't know, you can check it out. And I also listed some official but less used accounts here. Of course, the Steam one is pretty used, but I have other links to my collections there. So here we can see some other like shortcuts to our channel's commissioned officer, the Imperial store. Anyways, if you go here, you can go to the support page. So here you can join the government of GMODISM. I did set up this new support option, and this is like the best support option for me. It doesn't offer as many integrations. So what this basically gives is if you want some like discounts on our store, and if your most important thing why you want to support the channel is like general support, this is the best option for me, because this one basically takes very little in between money. They don't require many percentages like the other options on YouTube and Army of GMODISM on Patreon does. So that's really cool. So if you want to give general support to the channel, well, this is the new place. And if you want to have member recognition, well, I'm gonna set this up so that you will get a member recognition every video. So if that's most important, check out that. We have the, whoops, clicking on OBS now. We got the, well, the Army of GMODISM on Patreon here, of course. Yeah. And we got the ECCLESIARCHY. And that's, of course, YouTube, if you want to join YouTube like that.
So you want to become
like over-voicing myself. And of course, we're gonna get back to a Twitch stream. I feel I always say this, but honestly, I really want to. So obviously, we have like a Twitch sub option here for those that are most interested in the live experience. Yeah, and then we got like 2 our different stores like this, where this is, of course, the most important one, but this store honestly has some of our, according to me at least, coolest projects with, you know, the desk mat here, which is nice, and the flask. Yeah, that is not available. It's like a specialty store, but the things that are here are nice, I think, especially the desk mat. Anyways, there is of course like the donation options too, if anyone wants that. There is like that. Yeah, but please like check out this site yourself. It would be fun if you could just take a little look at this site and say what you think, because of course I spent a lot of time on this. We got a new IP to our Garry's Mod server, by the way. There's like a list to all of the different assets that anyone can get. And naturally, the Steam Workshop downloadables. Oh, I just uploaded the Gimle After Party, by the way. So if you have struggles running the Gimle because it lags too much, this version, while losing against the Gimle in single combat, it's pretty strong and it has so little sub-objects. Captain Y refitted it like a good while ago, and it was participating in a special tournament, and that tournament didn't allow a lot of sub-objects, so that's why it happens to be a very low lag. Yeah, so that's fun. And to finally get to it, here is the Army of GMODISM media asset library. So here you can see we got all of them uploaded, looking pretty neat here. So obviously I have listed the link to them for simplicity, but you can always just click on something, just right click and copy image address, and you'll get the image address. You can use it in from the depth, so that's pretty neat. Oh, and we listed our content here on nice little slabs like this, so stuff like that. But please check out the homepage and tell me what you think about it. I would like to have some feedback before I consider it done. Yeah, okay, so I didn't mean for this video to be like a showcase of my homepage like that much. Maybe I'll cut some parts away, I don't know, but anyways, hopefully you like it, but do please check it out. I didn't mean to spend that much time on it though. I guess half of you aren't watching or not even watching anymore, but whatever. Let's proceed and check out the Army of GMODISM's fleets. Ooh. By the way, I have started to work on the Mark III of the platform. It's super secret, work in progress right now, so I won't tell a lot of details about it, but it's gonna be pretty cool. So here we have the folder with the fleets. So these are basically all of them are available for the commissioned officers, of course. I can't upload entire like folders of fleets, however, to the Steam Workshop. I can make collections, but I can't upload them in a pack like that. So a lot of these vehicles are individually uploaded to the Steam Workshop if you want to check it out. The Sword of the Ecclesiarch, that is a little special force, which I won't show you right now, but basically me and another person in the AOG, we will be participating in the Promethean Directive, a minigame thing. Or not mini, it's pretty complex, but it's basically from the depth-based board games. More info about that later. Not for the faint of charts. Yeah, funny. GMODism, that's not really funny. Right, so we're gonna start off strong, or at least expensive, not really strong. This is the really big super battle carrier. This is the build we built for Admiral Wani Ryujin a long time ago. Our first admiral in the Army of GMODISM, if I recall correctly. It does look cool, it's really big, and it's not particularly super strong for its cost, because I admittedly wasn't that great at From the Depth when making this, so it is slightly better than Draconia Tech, I would suspect, which is not epic, but of course it's acceptable. It will hand anything. It will have all of the in-game designs, its ass, of course, naturally. It also costs 6.5 million. Yeah, so it works. It's pretty hardcore, but hey, it looks cool. And this super battle carrier's name is Ryujin then also. It carries a lot of attack swarmers, So this is the Storm Attack Swarmers. This is like the fleet lead that basically takes command and has some support weapons that actually marks out the targets to help these guys, the regular wingmen here, deal the damage. They're equipped with a big diff gun, so they deal a lot of alpha strike damage. So the thought is that you're basically swarming the enemy ship with a lot of diff guns. The armaments we got here is mainly, what is it, 6? 5. 5 really big railguns. These railguns are kinetic railguns, the best type of railguns. They're absolutely very scary. They're very scary. On the side we have a lot of sieve systems, diff sieves to be specific. We got some big lambs too. We got interceptors, we got basically everything. We got interiors, we got flak cannons here in the back. We even have a little separator attached drone, so this drone will disattach when there is an enemy and will basically provide better aim points for all of the connected targets. So that's a little fun mecha thing we got there. We got this crazy huge missile turret as well that delivers very big missiles straight into the face of the enemy. Scary stuff. Well, we got a little super fun thing on this also. When we actually have an enemy, now I'm a little bit afraid that it will lag a little bit, but let's just spawn a tiny thing so you can see it in action. Oh god. It lags so much when all of the ships are launching, but when an enemy is detected, the bridge is retracting. My god, my game, I fear my computer will crash. Okay, I removed that thing, because if I think a little bit more closely, it actually doesn't, it's manual. Yeah, there are far too many lights on this thing too. Maybe I should do a Mark II someday. Anyways, what we basically do is we click a button and the entire bridge will retract into the safety of the innards of this ship, which means that, you know, the captains and admirals and rear admirals and commodores and everyone that could be aboard this ship is safe and sound inside the innards of the ship and not exposed up here. Oh, and another thing that lags super much, video screens that gives a live feed of the ship. Yeah, so this ship has some cool interiors too. It's on the workshop, it's updated, so you can download it and check it out if you are so inclined. Oh, and it's really cool that this thing is like, you know, not docked by a docker or things, stuff like that. It's actually attached physically to the ship when not in use. The only issue is that it doesn't reattach automatically. You'll have to do that manually here with some buttons. But that works. Well, give it up for the Ryujin, a super battle carrier that desperately needs a less laggy version. But perhaps you have a supercomputer that's better than my laptop, and if you do, feel free to have some battles with it. Next fleet or force is moderately exciting. It's like my more recent saves of my very old adventure mode attempts. Yeah, so you've seen them maybe. So then I participated in the Newbie Rumble 17. So yeah, I played the game for some time, but I couldn't participate in the Newbie Rumble because apparently you're not considered a noob if you haven't participated again like previously, which I hadn't. So they have some special rules which my ships could definitely make more use of. So they were not set up the most optimal way. I did rush them a little bit, and I did honestly put most effort in to make sure they look nice. Then I upgraded them a little bit later as well. So these are rebuilds of the Reed class light cargo cruiser. And well, they didn't make it that far in the tournament. They had some issues and stuff. Yeah, they spend... Yeah. I think EMP was banned in the tourney, but they are still EMP proof and stuff like that. I upgraded them a little bit afterwards, however. So I kind of like these rebuilds. I think they are... I actually don't know if this is better than the original Reed class. I probably need to check that. Yeah. In any case, this is the Reed light cruiser. So it's the Mark II of the Reed, and it's then a light cruiser. Then we have a rebuild of the Mark II light cruiser, which is of course a carrier. So this is the Reed carrier. It's significantly cheaper. So this is 112,000, and this is 73,000. It offers much lighter armaments. It has a cram cannon that has timed fuse, so it's like a cram cannon, 180 degrees, I think it was. And then we have the adapted, because it wasn't legal, but my quick adaptation / fix of this beautiful bomber, which you see from the trial season 1. And so nobody forgets, it is built by Jono, Matros 2nd class Jono. Submitted this design, and it was one of the better designs. So that's why it's earned a spot in the Army of GMODISM fleet, and now we have it on top of here mounted. This is an adapted version, however, because we needed to make it, well, abide by their tournament rules. Yeah, and these are not exactly the ships that participated in the newbie Rumble. Good to know. But just slightly fixed, upgraded version of those. So I'm actually a little bit curious. So I spawned the Reed class Mark I. This is a cargo light cruiser. So it actually also doubles as a cargo and mining ship. So it has like miners, so it will passively pick up materials when it's not in combat. And it's a little bit updated, so it has some neat interceptors and stuff like that. Yeah. So I actually don't know which one of them is better. The Mark II does have a rotating decoy that will confuse missile and missiles, mostly, that are radar guided or heat guided, and will also confuse lasers if they target the hot blocks onto this instead. They will not deal a lot of damage to the ship itself. Ooh, the Mark I Reed class is a bit more powerful. I think, if I recall correctly, the upgraded or fixed version or for the tournament doesn't have shields or stuff like that, because I think it was banned or something. Not 100. Well, I had to change some stuff to make it weaker anyways, that I know, so I'm not surprised by the results. Then we have the Holy Metropolis Protector fleet. These are insanely large, the S. Davidos. Here we have the afterparty version of the Gimle, which you can check out on Workshop too. The S. Davidos is also updated on the Workshop. Oh no, I spawned it in as lightning hoods. Well, in any case, just to check out a little bit quickly, we have Captain Y made this super funny thing where they kind of clean up this messy party. And other than that, it looks very similar, but a lot of the turrets, like this one, is actually not a real turret because it's very low on sub-objects and stuff. Well, so this is like the lag-friendly Gimle. This thing is my thickest battleship to date. This is the S. Davidos Mega Super Titan battleship, basically. It's a super battleship apparently, and it looks like crap. I know, it's only made to be somewhat effective, and then I hastily tried to deco it a little bit. Yeah, but it's really strong, and I'm not sure, but I don't think it has ever lost against anything that has a higher cost per that has equivalent cost. I don't think it has ever lost against anything that has equivalent cost. It has defeated some really big strong ships by well, Suzu likes to build really big ships, so we fought some of the ships she built, like the Juno and well, an array of ships anyways. It's pretty strong. It's not very interesting to look at though. Just has some cool turrets, that's all. But if you want something extremely strong to fight, I would recommend that one. Then we have the Constabulary of GMODISM, which we built for Admiral Scooby-Rocks. So this is the State Trooper observational drone, or a reconnaissance drone. And this thing, I think it looks pretty cool. It's of course not super strong because it's not able to be that evasive, but its main function is actually to provide and share aim points and stuff like that, which it does pretty neatly. Then we also have the Officer, which is a very small little jet fighter, and I'm actually gonna upload these to the workshop independently because I feel they deserve independent uploads as well. Not to match it against anything that may in particular be matched in any regard, but just to see them in action. You can see they are making a mess of this, and here we have the beautiful laser controlled missiles from tubes like that. It's just doing its thing, vibing in the sky, firing some guns. Yeah, I think it's pretty neat. These like black medium distance rockets feel really cool. Like the menacing black smoke is just a nice little addition. Very nice. What is uploaded to the workshop, however, and now updated as well, so we are using working decals, is the Constabulary main items. The Deputy Sheriff, which is a completely super scary thing that will dive in and deal insane amounts of Alpha Strike damage. And the Deputy Sheriff is essentially a real big Alpha Strike system. It contains a big charge laser and a charge plasma system and has some funny quotes in context, and it will just go close to the enemy and unload. It also has some diff guns for auxiliary firepower, a constant stream of incendiary missiles, some bigger torpedo combo missiles so that it can also target submarines as well, and yeah. It also has a sign movement, so it bobs up and down when we have enemies in the vicinity, so that it's less likely to get hit. And then we have the Sheriff, and the Sheriff is the main thing. This is a carrier, a super battle carrier. It's a lot of big guns naturally. The main systems are actually not these ones. It is the plasma cannons right here. We got some pretty strong plasma cannons. They are really expensive. This ship is really expensive. It's 4.2 millions in cost. And that's of course because we have so much plasma. We've got side charge plasma systems. We got diff guns here. We got a lot of laser outputs. And some really funny stuff here, because of course in From the Depth most enemies are actually AIs, so the thought is that the incarcerated or extracted AI cores they can just be stored in a shelf like this when they have been picked out of the vehicles, so that we can take these brains to be prosecuted. Isn't that neat? But of course we got some traditional dungeons inside of here, naturally. If we would meet something that's not an AI. I got a little bit lost, but here they are. Simple cells. Got a pretty fancy big bridge here with some controls and a lot of mood interiors. And naturally it carries the fighters and stuff like that. And I don't know why we started a battle here, but we're not gonna start battles with everything, naturally not. But of course, it will do short work of the crossbones, that's for sure. And now we get in here, getting some action with this Alpha Striker that also has some revolving blast guns. Yes, of course, because when things are burning, they're a little bit weak to that stuff. Very neat. Yeah, and this is just constantly outputting plasma and laser damage. Very scary. It can be debated how good it is for the cost, however. I haven't made proper comparisons. It's 4 million, but it definitely loses against the S Davidos, which is 6 millions and very min-maxed. This is looking pretty neat, you see. See, it goes up and down like this to avoid cramps and stuff. Tries to, at least. It's pretty slow because it's very big. Or I wouldn't say slow necessarily. This big thing goes at like 80 meters per second, so you know. I think it can go faster actually. 100, yeah. 100. Well, that is the constabulary of GMODIST, however. Then I think we're gonna check out the very tiny first chapter Wasteland Domination Force. Now, this is my early collection of stuff to use in the what is it called? Ashes of the Empire. But then I've also heard that Ashes of the Empire isn't great. I don't know. I hope it is. But so I made an outpost. It's pretty long ago actually, but it's fun. It's an outpost. It's a small little station. It looks cool. It's neat. It's an outpost for the Wasteland campaign. It has a cram cannon as well. I don't have a lot of vehicles for it. I did make a howitzer, so we got a howitzer here, a cram howitzer. Very cute. And then I did put the Captain Wise bomber, or a version of it, inside of here too, just a little bit adapted to deal with this land. So I think it looks beautiful, so I wanted to have it somewhere, even though it wasn't among the best performing ones in performance-wise, but you know, we had to have it somewhere. So yeah, that's the tiny first chapter of Wasteland Domination Field. Of course, he be thinking it's loud. Now, then we have the 5th chapter, Intergalactic Industrial Expedition Force. This is a readaptation, cook-up of a lot of previous designs to put together some type of participation. It actually ended up with a lot of forces, but whatever, for the library. So the Great Library is or should I say was, I don't know, basically like a easier version of the Promethean Directive. However, it is, well, I guess the people that are running it don't have as much experience as the ones that are holding the Promethean Directive. So it's a little bit understaffed and the rules are a little bit work in progress. So I don't know, the Discord seems pretty dead. I don't think it's... I hope it will continue, since I did put together this, but it's been dead for some time now, so we'll see if the Great Library come back. But we got the forces for it as well. So I think that holo shields or like projector shields were banned. So basically all my designs that are submitted to it have the shields removed, so they're weaker in that regard. Some designs are actually better. This thing is a good bit more quick, actually, I think, than the original Croquette, so that's cool. we have some adaptations. So for the Fylke challenge, Setup / E-Lord, maker of the Turtle Lord, made this beautiful little version of the Fylke. And I just had to take some interiors and stuff like that and upgrade the looks of this. Among a lot of interior assets Setup also made actually, but I made it look a little bit more neat, so threw that in there. In the Great Library I got that perk, I got the fun perk which makes it super cheap for me to spawn ships that are built by wood 40% or more, which basically had me look deep in the folders. So we have another Fylke participant, which is Olissa's Fylke version, which is pretty neat too. And we even got, let's see here. Okay, we don't have any more of them. We have one work in progress one. But anyways, we got a little upgraded version of the submarine. We got the Flygfisk Patrol Diver going strong there. So it's basically like shieldless designs of the previous ones. We got the carrier here, the Reed Class Mark IV. And the Reed Class Mark IV, that's basically a little bit cheaper version of the Mark III with no shields and stuff like that, so it's actually less good. But you know, we have to name them properly. Let's go there. Now this one gotten into the water unfortunately, so I guess we'll need to help it out because I spawned it there. But we have the Flygfisk. No, this is the balloonfish, I'm so sorry. This is the Explorer Mark IV. So this is a little bit upgraded actually. This is much better than the previous one. It even has a little propeller. It not only relies on sails, it has missiles, so it's much more heavily armed. And it's, well, a little surveillance balloon, which probably should be put in the main fleet for the Nether campaign as well. We got the upgraded version of our Type A fighter. So it's a big wooden fighter that has gotten a facelift, you could say, with some nice decorations and, well, adhering to the rules. I also took one of our best fighters in the Trials Season 1. By the way, Trials Season 2 is coming soon. It's gonna be a real simple challenge, more about that later. But I took the beautiful Manta War by Matros Kovrax in the army of GMODIST, and this was absolutely brutal, super strong design. I have been looking forward so much to use this design in the library, where we just spawn a bunch of the send a bunch of this to like attack bomb somewhere. That would be beautiful. Unfortunately that hasn't happened yet, but in any case Kovrax made an absolutely beautiful design out of this. It looks amazing, and all I did was adapt it so it would adhere to the rules and be basically only wood, so it would be super cheap for me to make. Right, I made a service droid adaptation of the observer drone, the state trooper. So this is basically a repair and rearm version of it. It carries material and it can repair and fix stuff. That's basically the difference. It doesn't have shields. Yeah, very nice. And we got a little version of our helicopter as well. And this is the Chopper Mark III to be specific. Also, they have their own little adaptation here. They got their own version of the of our little fighter here. I should actually put the Officer Mark II versus the Officer Mark I and see which is best, because it uses a different strategy. I'm not entirely sure which one is best, but this thing actually contains sticky flares instead of chaff to confuse radar. So it has active decoy system instead. So yeah, we need to put them against each other. Not really worthy to display, but this is the work in progress mobile base for the Great Library campaign. So yeah, it is what it is. All right, Officer Mark I from the Constabulary Peacekeeping Force versus this, the Officer Mark II, which is from the Great Library. I guess we can just spawn them both and see which will... Oh. Well, that's fast. Well, the original wins. Ooh, I think they banned EMP. EMP is great against small aircraft. Well, now we know. So that's basically the 5th chapter Intergalactic Industrial Expedition Force. You know what? They hated the name. I can understand that, but I like long names. So, last but not least, obviously, we got the 2nd chapter. Yeah, 2nd chapter Frontier Fleet. I know that. I guess I just can't speak, you know? I had a little bit of a hiatus on recording, so I think I probably lost my ability to speak somewhat. In any case, the 2nd chapter Frontier Fleet will need to find some deeper water, man. This is like shallow. This will not... It can be funny. It's gonna be funny. We can spawn it here anyways. Well. Look at the poor thing. This is the broadsword battleship. It's really tall. It's really low tech. It's not one of my most recent Minimax designs, and it's mostly made to look decent, which I think it does. It needs to go somewhere, however, for it to stay at a nice, pleasing level. Now, we didn't spawn that in our own fleet, so that's a little bit unfortunate that we don't get the exact colors that we use, but it's pretty cool. It uses broadside, a lot of broadside cannons, not like a lot, like a lot. And obviously, even though they're many and small together, they deal some decent damage. Probably would be pretty easy to take out with interceptors, but whatever. Most in-game craftons have interceptors. And yes, this thing is bad, but yeah, it will actually work decently enough against many of the in-game designs, so that's nice. Then we have the Aerobics Mark II. Mark 1 is deleted. This is a jet fighter that is pretty good, to be honest. It moves so janky, it's really hard to hit. It usually wins against many of similarly priced Steel Strider designs, and definitely works against the Deepwater Guard. Now, I'm not super happy with the design of it anymore, because I kind of upgraded or changed my style at least. You may think this is cooler, I don't know. It's up to you. But it's pretty... it works. Then we have the funny Filke class destroyer from the Filke battles, which is a super funny design because this thing will actually jump up and down when incoming fire is coming there. Compared to many of the participants in this little mini challenge, it's of course really bad. A lot of you GMODists out there, you are so much better on building stuff than me, and I'm happy for that, because then we have really cool challenges we can make with cool designs you submit that are just so much better than whatever I put out there. Yeah, so the Filke was a wooden boat, and the challenge was basically make it decent, and people did. We got two versions of the chopper, the Mark II, which is anti-naval, and the Mark I, which is anti-air. Different configurations, they're very similar, but they basically have different setups. The anti-naval version here, obviously, has torpedoes, and the anti-air doesn't, you know. It has anti-missile missiles. And no, anti-aircraft missiles, AA missiles. Oh, and one of our good old battle participants, the Draconia. My first battleship that were made to be half decent. It's half laggy, that it is. Half decent can be discussed, but it holds up. It holds up. Naturally, it will obviously deal with all of the in-game crafts that I tested it on. Maybe some new have came that are better, but it obviously delivers great result against the in-game stuff. It's described as a killer baby seal for obvious reasons. It is equipped with a not so good APS, some really scary laser systems, and some really funny like interiors. It's like a mini city on top of it. A little bit inspired by Philip Reeve. I think his worlds are super cool. If you don't know who Philip Reeve is, Google Mortal Engines. Yeah. To spice things up, we're gonna spawn a paddle gun. Because paddle gun is funny. Well, in any case, we're gonna continue to spawn in some stuff here. Oh, this will be unfair. Well, whatever. I made, for fun, I just thought, why not make the broadsword fly? So I did. I made it fly. And it does. This is the broadsword air battleship. I think it looks pretty neat, actually. I'm very happy with the looks of this thing. As it's a naval variant, it's not great by any means, but it does what it's supposed to do, which is look pretty neat. And I'm particularly happy with like having on-board engines like this that are just there to look neat. Yeah, I think it's nice. I think paddle gun died, unfortunately. Well, we have the crossbones in the background instead. I'm guessing crossbones will do short work against the air battleship. And while we're at that, we're going to continue to show the second chapter Frontier Fleet. These are missiles for another submission you'll see in a moment. Balloonfish Mark III. You saw the Mark IV, so this is basically the bare bones version of it. Now, I don't know why it does acrobatics in air. Oh, it's too far high up in the air. Yeah, it's not set to go that high, so it will just fall until it reaches a nice altitude. So yeah, the Balloonfish Explorer is not great for seasick or like, I don't know, airsick. How to say that anyways? Yeah, I don't know. Roller coaster sick people, or well, enlisted in the army of GMODIST it would be. Which you should be. If you're not enlisted in the army of GMODIST, you can simply go to our Discord and apply the role, and you'll join the army there. And if you basically want to be an officer in the army of GMODIST, well, Patreon is there for you. And we should actually, while spawning in the subby anti-surface, which is a really sad thing to look at, so we're gonna continue and spawning something else. The Carver class hydrofoil, obviously, because that's what we built for Lieutenant Gravy. So that's fitting. Anyways, huge thanks to Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dode, Captain Shiro, Lieutenant Ant-O, Lieutenant Gravy, Lieutenant Flores Dragon, Lieutenant Joseph Wyszowski, Lieutenant Parberg Reed, Lieutenant Vincent Veritas, Lieutenant Rick Perel, and Lieutenant Scooby Rocks. Thanks a lot for your continued support. It really helps me a lot, because the income from our supporters, be it the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST, or if you're watching this video as a YouTube member, you're in the Ecclesiarchy, all of you that are helping, and of course the government of GMODIST that nobody joined yet, so that's you know, but it helps a lot because it keeps the continual like expenses the channel has to pay up. We obviously need some services to make it all fit together, and the homepage and all of that stuff. And to stream, I obviously need battery internet, and all you supporters help me keep this thing going really well. So thanks a lot. Man, but the air battleship is no joke. Obviously, it's not great against anything that will shoot at it very effectively, but Just because it's kind of bad, it's also kind of big. It's 1.2 million, so it's no joke. It's no joke. Ooh, and here we have the Merops Interceptor, which I made very recently when I just started to build, and I realized, how small can we make a fighter? So this thing is, to be exact, this large. If you look at the blocks without all the fancy stuff, it's this big. So it's kind of small, as you can see, and I think it runs pretty well, to be honest. It's nice. I like this thing. I'm very happy with it, and it will be uploaded to the workshop pretty soon as well. It's also 2.8A materials, so much cheaper fighters you won't find. Do remember that most of that cost is actually the small missiles. Yeah, if we remove the small missiles, actually, let me do that. Get over here. Ugh. Oh, by the way, if you look at the aerobics here, you can see this thing is 220 square meters big in effectiveness, and it's 21 meters long. Costs 8,000. That was my previous tiny fighter. Now this thing is just 19 square meters, so you can see this is like a tenth of the volume, and it's less than, it's like more than 2 times, it's like half the length as well. Yeah, so that's fun. And I'm going to upload that to the workshop soon as well, so you can get this little beautiful thing. And I'm actually gonna make an even smaller fighter plane because I can do that if I just utilize my breads and use a jet fighter type of setup instead. So I'm gonna see if we can make it even smaller. But removing the what's this now? Oh, that's the detection. Okay, that's all. If we remove the missile system, it costs 800 materials. So yeah, it's cheap. And here you got the Flygfisk, which is, well, not made cheaper or adapted to any rules. This is the proper Flygfisk built for Lieutenant Astera some time ago, which is a patrol diver. So it's a patrol boat, but it also flies up in the air and it dives down again. So it's kind of both a aircraft and a watercraft. And why does it do this? Because it's a fun idea. It also happens to avoid a lot of missiles and torpedoes. It's kind of safe from many of the types of missiles. It's very few people that set up missiles that are able to go in water and in air. And from all those other types of missiles, unless they're super fast and reaches it before it switches like medium, it's pretty safe. So that's cool. When it like goes upward, if missile follows it, they will just end up in space. And if its missiles follow it when it is underwater, well, then they will just get lost in the water and despawn. And Flygfisk is of course flying fish in Swedish, if you were wondering. Well, the Reed class light cargo cruiser we looked at before, and the Reed class is actually built for our commander, which that was some good time ago, however. So I'm very sad, but I have to check up. I have to remember the name too as well. Yeah, so it was. We made it for Commander Ayak the Boater. We built the Reed class. So Ayak the Boater was a commander, and we built this beautiful thing. And this is a little bit upgraded version, however. And it's pretty strong. I like it. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with that design. Another design I'm very happy about, but I'm not happy with the performance, that is the Fred. So we built the Fred actually for Scooby Rocks. Scooby Rocks was a long time ago a captain before it became an admiral and then a lieutenant. So basically, if you are in the army of GMODIST at a lower tier, if you jump up and join a higher tier, you will get the higher tier's rewards. So you can like jump up and get rewards, and obviously if you have a higher tier and then jump down, you won't get that rewards of that tier automatically, because that's like not very practical for me. Then it's like less support and more work for me, and if people upgrade, it's more support but more work, which is fair. Anyways, to keep things not too long-winded, Scoobrox was the captain and wanted something to beat the stronghold. So I made a Fred. The Fred has a very cool setup with a lot of engines underwater. It's so adapted to take on the stronghold specifically. And even though it only costs 700k, it could defeat the stronghold, even though the stronghold was twice as expensive. Yeah, so it has a very cool weapon system set up to deal with the stronghold, in particular lambs. It's keeping itself pretty safe against basically anything the stronghold threw at it. Thing is, however, the stronghold got upgraded. So now the stronghold is much more formidable and like uber scary. So it doesn't beat the stronghold anymore. The stronghold is also more expensive. Anyways, this is the first ship we actually used the Vigoletta marksman cannon on, which is, you probably heard me talk about in the Gimli videos. We already basically took a look at that, but here we have the Croquette, and it's a light, little rigid airship. We got some helium tanks inside of here, so that's why it's lighter than airship. We got some sails hidden too, to provide some propulsion, and we got some engines. And the engines that are on top of this are like tiny. They basically take no materials to run. So it's a pretty slow airship, but it's also extremely cheap. This thing is 12,000, and it carries diff guns, some lighter armaments, and yeah, it's not a heavy investment. It's not a big battle thing, but it looks amazing, and that's the main reason for building it. Or I mean, you can think what you want. I think it looks really cool, but I don't know. A lot of other builders make so much cooler stuff. So for the season 1 of the trials, we got this beautiful pigeon that wasn't very good, however. So the pigeon was made by Scuvimation, our matros, and basically it looked amazing and performed so poorly. So we both actually made our different versions of the pigeon. This is the utility version of the pigeon, so it has some light armaments, but it's mainly a utility ship. And this thing, look at this. I absolutely love this little matros sitting here and reading on the phone. Yeah, some fun Easter eggs, a utility ship. And then I made my version of the pigeon, which is the barbecue pigeon. This is a combat airship that uses a lot of flamers. It's not even cheap, and it burns hard. Yeah, so both of these actually will be uploaded to Steam Workshop as well. I already made some art to display them there by my new template. Oh, and this is the aesthetical winner of the Slabman challenge. So the Slabman was a really bad ship, and I wanted it to be upgraded. So, Setup, aka E-Lord, that made the Turtle Lord, made this beautiful stridsjacht, and it's absolutely amazing. I even made it into a desk mat, which anyone can get if they want to, by a blueprint style. But in any case, or I didn't do it, Kevin did it, so thank him very much, because that was amazing. It looks awesome. Anyways, this is a 1 million ship that's looking really great. It didn't win the combat, but it did win a lot of, it did win the aesthetical part of the competition. And obviously, this is also where Setup designed so many assets in AOG style, like the cupboards and stuff, which we have used on other areas as well. Isn't this nice? It's very nice. And these little diff guns we also have on the Gimli. They are absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it's so nice. I hope Setup will do some more cool stuff in From the Depth in the future. think it's taking a little break. This thing has so many decos and so many details, it's absolutely amazing, and I know Setup was a little bit frustrated with reaching the deco limit, because you can see here, if you try to add some more decos, you can't. And it even has this little aquarium of this, the rat from the Deepwater Guard inside of it. It's just too funny. Well, anyways, it's absolutely amazing. What can we say? Huge thanks to Setup for sending in this beautiful design. It's really is gonna be like the base or the flagship of the fleet, where we're going to sit when we do the campaign. We're gonna exist on it. So maybe less glamorous, but here we just have the Type A attack plane, the original version. So yeah, a little not as cool as the one we just looked at a little while ago. Here we have a, whoops, I'm not sure it can spawn inside of there. Oh yeah, it can. I actually provided balloons for it. This is a hover tank. It's a flying heavy armor brick that does hover tank things. It has a burst railgun, so that's cool. It doesn't have a great evasion, however, so I don't know, it's old. Then we have the Bolster repair and rearm. This is a very fast little transport hydrofoil. This was our build for Lieutenant powered by greed. So it was some time ago, but it is a very awesome little ship or little hydrofoil that will just deliver goods very, very quickly. I tried to set up the AI very carefully to not collide and stuff, but it doesn't work. It kind of collides in stuff anyway sometimes, so that's not great when it goes too close to stuff. I guess we'll have to be careful when we use this in game, or we'll have to set it up in some different way. Maybe we can make bread save us. I don't know. You can get this as a like a lot of these designs you can get on the workshop by however. So go into gmodism.com and just click your way to the workshop. Here we got the Lytepost, the Raider Outpost made by Captain Y, because he wanted to make something for the army of GMODISM at a time. So it's a beautiful little station that basically, I never thought you could do this, but it basically uses a big like snooper, or what is it called? What are these called? Antennas. The strategic antennas. So they're just placed with like one block down, 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 and they just naturally make this beautiful shape. So that was absolutely super smart of Captain Y to make there. Yeah, it looks amazing. It's a, well, Raider Outpost to remove fog of war. So that's the only structure we have right now officially. And here's another thing that Captain Y wanted to construct for the AOG, which is the beautiful big transport system. This is the almost 200k head mod class, which is a hydrofoil with a big like tunnel with propellers in the middle that holds, like, how much does it hold? I don't remember. 7 million materials. Yeah, this thing can basically on its own carry materials to build, what is it? 3 Gimli class? Yeah, it's pretty big. Anyways, it's pretty cool because it even spawns missiles, torpedo or cruising missiles basically, that contains nuclear weapons if any enemy is coming there. So that's a bit fun. Then we have the CH Minuteman. So this is made by powered by greed actually for the Slabman challenge, and this was the winner of the performance part, I believe it was. So this is quite decent in performance. It's a cram version, and it does look so much better than the Slabman. It looked terrible, the Slabman. Yeah, it did. The Reed class Mark III we already looked at, and lastly on the list is obviously the Gimli class. You can see a little picture. That's from when I measured the gimlet. So that's a bit fun. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 marauders long roundabout. Well, I think you've seen the Gimlet class before, and we did take a little look at it previously as well. But that is our fleets and forces. Well, and there we basically have it. We checked through all of our fleets and forces in the army of GMODISM right now. So now you know what forces the army of GMODISM has, and a lot more is in the making. Maybe I should go through my ongoing projects folder if you want to. I don't know. In any case, we just spawned 2 crossbones to keep it a little bit interesting here while we end this little video. And do check out their homepage so that I know what you think about it, and tell me if there are any improvements to be made, or well, frankly, what do you think about it? I didn't get inspiration for the design's navigation or anything like that. I just basically made it all up. So it would be interesting to see or hear what people think about it. Or think. In any case, huge thanks for watching, and do stay tuned. If you would like to like this video and maybe even share it somewhere, I will be very happy. And big thanks to all of you that are supporting the channel right now. Well, the government, maybe right now we have someone there. The ECCLESIARCHY, Twitch subs on there, and as commissioned officers. In any case, this is your host, Eric of GMODISM, and I'm signing out. Thanks for watching. That's our fleet. This is your Admiral speaking. Today we're going to have a little info video thing for all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM and those who might want to become that as well. So you might know that I offer specific downloadable files for all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM. And that is the patrons, by the way, if you missed that. So for the lowest level, it's $1 a month or equivalent in your currency, and it gives you access to the files. Any level gives you access. And I update the file around monthly-ish. I try to up them monthly-ish, but I basically essentially update them whenever I have new stuff in any of the games the files contain. Now, the biggest game on the channel right now is From the Depth, so that's probably what most people care about, and the most reason the files are updated right now. Might change in the future though. In any case, basically we have blueprints, we have sub-objects, that's turrets and stuff, we have prefabs, you know, pastable decorations and whatever in this pack. And we're gonna go through all of them. Here it is basically how it works. Maybe I build on a thing, and now this is obviously not done. But when this is done, it's gonna be put in a folder, right? And whenever I'm going to finish a thing, it's put in one of the folders here. Now most of the things will be in the fleets and forces, but we of course also have the platforms. We can check the platforms a little bit too. So here is the standard platform. This is for testing and stuff, and that's of course available on the workshop for public download. Now it can't be that high up in the air, but anyways. We have different platforms. We have a civs testing platform, which is a little bit rudimentary setup here. Just testing some different shells. Some of the platforms are actually my personal tests. So here we have, for example, the 3x armor switcher test. And in this thing, one can select the different buttons, G, H, and J, and then fire a shell on each of them to then determine the penetrative capability of that particular shell at that particular gauge. Pretty nice, isn't it? Right. Then we got, here we have the proper APS tester. That's of course for testing really big APS guns. Yeah. And here we have the battleship armor simulator. So this is just the thickest armor you could imagine. And it has one of these. So we can make this an enemy, which means that we can target this with a weapon on another platform and shoot at it. So if we, for example, load in, I don't know, some test. Now, that's not gonna work very well, is it? But here we have the cram test. And this cram test tests cram cannons. Makes a lot of sense. And by the way, when you test cram and APS, you can reload them instantly by going into the Q menu. Very nice. We also, of course, got laser test. So here we can connect up different modules and explore how different lasers work and how they burn. So the only thing we do here is we just we attach them in whatever pattern, change them up. This is just some example ones. And then we have a weird laser which is both continuous and then pulsing. Pretty neat. Now we spawn this too high up in the air. But we do have a missile testing platform too. So we can test some missiles. Now this is of course testing kinetic missiles mostly and charge head missiles. Well, you can test other missiles as well, but it's most useful to perform tests with kinetic missiles and shaped charge missiles, because that can be a little bit difficult otherwise. And you just connect them up by a block here. Very, very, very simple like this. And yeah. We of course need to have a plasma test as well. So here we can have different connecting canals. We can connect up like this. And yeah, we got some different lenses to switch in between too. I need to stop spawning things too high up in the air. And I made them go super slow so you can really see the effects of the plasma here. Pretty neat, I think. This is a charge plasma setup. And this is a generator setup. So that's gonna be, and you can of course go in here and just check the stats so you can see how much they cost to compare them and stuff. By the way, this weird pattern is like the best pattern for charge plasma. Then we have a turret construction platform. And here we have the different templates, T1, T3. And basically, the space around the thing on the text is how it needs to look. So if you go into sub-objects, you have them here. You can see this, we have the T7, and this have the, like this. So these are the different, like, rings. Anyways, all the commissioned officers have, of course, access to, like, what is it here? Turret wells. And here we have the different turret wells, like the exterior. So, for example, for T13, here is like the deck portion you'll need to cover around this. But if you build onto this T13, this green line here, this turret will not be too big to clash into the hole of the template. And many of the templates are of course available under sub-objects. You see them here. I'll just made a lot of like deck armor and armor segment and stuff like that, which can be like stackable and stuff. But again, the templates we'll look at in another video. Anyways, here we can build inside of this to make turrets that are fitting, and we can also test them against this tall target. Since many turrets can be pretty tall, it can be a good idea to have a tall target to practice towards. This is a weird A/B test. If you want to test two turrets beside each other to test the performance, well, we can do that here. Do you recognize these from some videos? You probably should. We got some help from a commissioned officer, by the way, making a beautiful little tester platform, which has even more, 7 different armor slabs to test against. So that can be used too. Very nice indeed. Thanks for that addition. By the way, I click T to fire from all of the platforms. I think it says in the setting on the original platform anyways, near the... Anyways, you just click the T as in Thor and you'll fire. Very nice. Then we have this thing, GI structural platform. GI, by the way, is GMODIST Industries. Anyways, here is a structural platform which can be spawned down close to the spawn. Yeah, here we are. It's kind of built for the deepness of the spawn. So it's above water, close to the spawn. If you just plonk this down, you will have a platform that has no materials and no engine. This can be useful if you want to build engines, see how much they require, how much they take, because the other platforms are of course taking some energy each second, and they are also producing a lot with the steam engines. This is like a clean slate to test engines and stuff without bobbing about on a raft, which is horrible. And we're adding new platforms whenever they come up, of course. Anyways, most of the things are in Army of GMODISM, Fleets and Forces. Perhaps we will not be going through each design in detail today. That will take a little too long time. Anyways, first chapter, Wasteland Domination Force, is of course the in construction force to tackle the Ashes of the Empire is the plan. Now I don't know the volume restrictions. This is a design submitted before by MIA Captain Y, and I imagine it will have a place there. Now I don't know the volume restrictions, so we'll see. The biggest one is the second chapter, Frontier Fleet, of course. We have so many designs here, like the Pigeon Utility by Scuvimation and my Barbecue Bomber Pigeon version here. Pretty nice. And here you can see we even have this thing for Lieutenant Asteria, the Patrol Diver. So this is really funny, or actually I think Lieutenant Asteria may be demoted, or perhaps MIA. But in any case, this is also available on the workshop, but I do think that I haven't updated the workshop versus decals, and I added some deco to this thing as well. So in my private files that I share to all the commissioned officers, of course, all of the most updated versions are available. This is a Patrol Flygfisk Diver. It flies and then dives. Very cool. We have so many things here. We have my only attack submarine so far, which is not deleted. It's not very good. It's okay though. For the cost, it's pretty good. And the flying battleship broadsword class air battleship, of course. Splendid power of the Army of GMODISM. Definitely a worthy companion on the Army of GMODISM second chapter Frontier Fleet. Anyways, remember the Filke challenge? Well, here is my improved Filke. I've improved it a couple of times after doing a video about it, I think. It's a destroyer. It's pretty nice. Oh, and here we have this thing, which is built for a MIA commander, and that is a medium ship, and it does all sorts of things. It's transport, it's salvage, and it's removing fog of war. Pretty utility, but also pretty combat good. This can be sent. This can basically be sent anywhere, I think, doing most tasks. Very handy. And one thing, our lieutenant, powered by greed, won a previous the Slabman challenge. Was in one of the winning positions there with the AOG Minuteman. I've updated the decals on this thing, and this thing is an absolutely brutal hydrofoil. Very nice indeed. Oh, and here we have a battle cruiser. The Fred battle cruiser is built specifically to deal with the stronghold from the Onyx Watch. So even though the Fred battle cruiser only costs 700k. It can deal with the stronghold thanks to its strong defenses. And oh no, we're gonna have a collision, aren't we? No? Good. Well, in any case, now I feel things are going to lag a little bit. We have a little too many huge things in the air by now. Here we have the other winner of the Slabman Challenge, the Stridsjacht. And the Gimle is part of the second chapter Frontier Fleet, as well as the old Draconia and of course the original broadsword. Here we have the Type A attack plane. It's weird because it's A-Type A, and that's because A denotes an attack plane. So yeah, that's the class. That's our naming conventions. And this thing of... I actually recently, just a few days ago, updated the decorations on. So it's looking all dandy. Damn, that's an unfortunate collision. Ironic too. This is the repair and rearm vessel built for Lieutenant powered by greed. So this thing is a good fast cargo transfer and also repair craft. Unfortunately, we spawned it so it just ran into the enemy and just rammed it. Not the enemy, ourselves, and rammed it. Well, we're gonna clean up. Well, you get the point. Here is the entire fleet. It's not completely done yet. We need to add a few more designs to make the second chapter Frontier Fleet complete. That rhymes. But all of them are here and are keep them updated, and when you download them from the post as a commissioned officer, you get the latest ones there, right? Here is the constabulary. You recently seen a lot of the constabulary, I believe, and I'm pretty happy with the constabulary, especially with the the officer. This is, yes, the officer is a very good jet fighter. I'm happy with it. Look here, we spawned 2 officers and a state trooper to keep the locking on and keep track of the enemy pretty well. It does its air aerobics and then moves forwards, deals some good damage. Anyways, ironically, that got killed real fast. That went so fast. I do suspect they might have collided with each other. Anyways, I repaired this thing. Yeah, I mean, it's the best fighter I made, but maybe it's. I actually do think the officers collided with each other. Probably, I don't know. They should have detection avoidance. Maybe they just got an unlucky shot. I do think they're pretty weak against flak too. Spawned I spawned a bunch of targets here. Now the Geiger has gotten a lot stronger, by the way, since it has upgraded its simple weapons to APS cannons. Anyways, here is the entire constabulary, the battle cruiser, deputy sheriff. We have the sheriff, we have the officer, we have the state trooper, and we have the sheriff with all of the smaller items above, to be specific, 4 jet fighters and 1 observer. So that is the constabulary. Now, the Holy Metropolis Protector Fleet. That is the folder where I put all the horrendously large things and the really big battleships, like the battleship Afterparty Gimle class. I'll try to put all of them inside of this folder, and I hope to basically, yeah, I imagine that the Holy Metropolis would need to be defended by the largest things we have. So, for example, the Super Davidos class super battleship is among those. And this thing is 6 million. It's the largest thing I ever made. It is 400 meters long, so it's It's pretty strong too. And on the Vehiculum Adventurae, we have my saved adventure crafts. Man, this is gonna be big to spawn. There we go. Yeah, so here we have the AOG Venturesome ongoing little what is it called? Adventure mode survivor thing. And we have the seaplane with a little droid hanging around here. And these are definitely not accessible on Steam Workshop. So like some of the ships are downloadable by the Steam Workshop, but most of them are not. And I do keep these updated more than the workshop ones, of course, because it's so easier for me to do this, and I update the folder to the Patreon kind of monthly, or if I haven't made much, then bi-monthly. Then we of course have for our first admiral in the army of GMODISM, which is Ryujin, Admiral Ryujin, and here we have the AOG, his Light Protector Federation fleet. And we have attack swarmers, Mark 1 and Mark 2. The Storm, which has some ACB magic. And we of course have this thing, which I tremble to spawn. So, Admiral Wani Ryujin, the first admiral in the army of GMODISM. This thing lags a lot when in combat. It is a super battleship carrier. And it is a bit of a glass cannon, but it is mostly a carrier. And it has this huge missile turret. And the really funny thing is, of course, the feature to escape with the the entire bridge can escape down into the safety of the center of the ship, which is a really cool feature. Anyways, it looks great. It also lags a bit, but maybe when I get 64 bits of RAM, gigabyte of RAM, we can have some battles. We had battles, of course, on the shell. Check them out, by the way. We had some help recording them, so that's great fun. Well, and more fleets and forces are, of course, being added as they are completed. And the more people who join the army of GMODISM, of course, the more forces I'll have to build. So if you join the army of GMODISM as a commissioned officer at a certain level from lieutenant, you can request a craft. And that will be definitely put into these folders. So if you want to have an opinion of what I must make, well, join at the appropriate class and request it. We're here at the testing platform. We have APS turrets, we have civs and anti-munition systems, we have cram turrets, we have decoration, we have flamer turrets, we have laser turrets, we have missile turrets, we have pack, plasma, propulsion, simple turrets, tracking and detection. So let's start from the bottom. Tracking and detection. I got some different tracking and detection towers, like this thing here, the mini thing there, we have the ballistic tracker here, and we have the lightweight tracker there. So basically they're set up with different aspects in mind. We'll need one of these, what are they called? They're called coincidence rangefinders, right? They're really good for ballistic tracking. So if you want to have accurate cram cannons, you need some ballistic tracker, right? We have directional cameras built in, and also gimbal cameras to really give a good accurate bearing and detection. We have different ones in the different units, and this one is of course the most decorated one with a I don't know, watching sergeant standing on top of here, looking through the looking glass and helping us detect stuff. This is, by the way, EMP insulated. So if we just look here, this one is a little bit too tiny, can't EMP insulate it. This one was hard too. Is this one? No, this is not. This one is, however, EMP insulated. So you can hit this all you want with EMP, and it basically won't take any EMP damage. This one is a pretty redundant thing for EMP. And having a tracker turret, of course, helps a lot with detection, because then the cameras and stuff will be pointed towards the enemy and will almost guarantee that we see the enemy, basically. And then we have some basic simple turrets. They're super basic, but I use them from time to time. The only thing that's, neat is supposedly the settings, not for that one, or the other one. Here we have revolving blast guns here and there. And when we have a system like this, of course, we have some mimics, but we also set them up so they won't activate for over 400 meters range, because the blast guns won't work very well when shot from far away. And then, yeah, that's basically that. Now, the azipods are pretty neat. I use them for most of my ships here. And you can see that inside of here, the power required to use one of these is listed. So it's pretty handy. We have a really big azipod here. This is the one that's on the GMODIST. Or is it this one? I don't remember. Anyways, the azipods are really good at providing maneuverability and propulsion. Here we have some of these that are not steam, and a tiny one for smaller boats. We do have a paddle wheel as well. This is used on the S. Davidos, so that can provide a lot of thrust actually, but of course it requires enormous amounts of engine power if you want to use them spinning fast. Then we also have a vertical azipod. Now that gets stuck here, and that's of course supposed to be used like this, and it can be placed on, let's place it here actually. Well, we'll have to put it one block outward. Oh well, never mind, it doesn't need that. It's just that it's a fortress, so it won't spin. Anyways, this can be controlled using ACBs, and I have a prefab with ACBs to control them, so that they will pitch forward when you go forwards and pitch backward when you go backwards. We can have some more details about that, but it's basically an azipod for aircraft. You can set them up however you want. It's just an azipod. Moving on, we have plasma turrets. So we got the Belinus, of course, big one, and we have a Belinus Light, and that's because it's alloy. Has a bit longer rods like that. It's not more accurate or anything like that. It's just to prevent it shooting itself as often. And then we have the plasma scattergun. This is a shotgun plasma. We can actually fire them here. The Belinuses are pretty insane. Now the scattergun, this thing, I don't know if it will fire, but whatever. It is indeed a charge plasma system, as you can see here. So that thing takes like forever to reload, but it also deals a lot of damage, right? Well, moving on. We have another charge plasma system. This is used for the. This is also used on the Sheriff, and this is the bomb. It is bomb but plasma. It fires a huge slug. We can check here. It fires a huge slug of 64 projectiles in a. You might imagine it's a shotgun, right? But it really isn't. It fires one big purple charge that deals enormous damage for the size of this thing. It's super slow reload though, and I filled it with some batteries since we require batteries to fire plasma, right? And it's of course supposed to be mounted on the sides of ships and airships or anything else that needs a broadside. It's a broadside cannon, but it can of course be front mounted. The Dominus X, the plasma scattergun. That's a good name, I forgot that. Here we have the Primus Plasma, and this is actually primarily a Civs cannon. That depends a little bit how you set up these weapon controllers. So if the weapon controller is set up to prioritize over the Civs controller, then it will foremost. I can't talk today. Then it would mostly shoot at the enemy and then sometimes at projectiles. And right now it's set up to shoot at projectiles if there are any, otherwise shoot at the enemy. This is a continuous plasma system, so it just shoots streams all the time. It feels like a light sheep gun, but then you realize that it costs 50,000. Anyways. Here we have the Streaks Plasma Mark 1, and this is like 3 tiny shots of plasma. Very cute, but very handy. So it has some pretty built-in redundancy, right? And 17,000 materials is pretty cheap for plasma, and it provides some continuous damage towards some targets. Moving on, we have the pack turrets, and I actually only have one pack turret. I'm not a huge pack fan. I'm not the best pack builder either, but this shoots 3 different shots. They are not synced up because that doesn't work when you copy it over to other things, but you can sync it up afterwards. One is impact, one is piercing, and one is EMP. So of course it's great if I'd imagine that you'll have an impact first and then a piercing and lastly an EMP, but set them up whatever order. Whoa. Wonder what happened there. But this is of course how it should be. Just a nice plasma blast like this. Then we have some crazy missile turrets actually. We have the Mallet deck launcher. We have this thing which is the over-under pneumatic deck launcher. We have the Matchbox anti-air incendiary deck launcher. And there we have 2 smoke teasers. They're a little bit boring. But anyways, this shoots miniature matchboxes. Isn't that so fun? If we just pause it here, you can see they are like they are like matchsticks, but missiles. And they are looking like they're on fire too. And they are of course incendiary, meant to shoot at incoming. Yeah. This is a pneumatic system, so this only fires using air pressure. It has no fuel. And it deals kinetic and heat damage. And then we have the... I don't know, did the mullet fire? No, I think the mullet can't fire since it has a closed thing here. But this is like a really big kinetic missile. That deals huge damage. Very fun. Then we have the laser turrets. The laser turrets are not having anything on them really. They are just to be connected up to a bigger laser system. They are of course redundant, EMP insulated. We have the classical version here you see on the Gimle, and then you have an aerodynamic version which you'll see on the Sheriff. So, and they have some specific settings inside of them to help them target the right targets on the LVC, local weapon controller. You can check it out a little bit more in detail if you want to, but it's pretty simple. The thing with laser turrets is of course, well, watch my laser tutorial, but you'll need to direct a beam of laser energy, you know, into it using the laser transceivers. Basically just under this turret block in the middle, it will go upward like this, and we can connect a laser storage to that beam. Next out we have our flamer turrets. We have the pretty big bad Icarus system which is a 3 flame nozzle system. It's really big, does a lot of damage. Then we have something more sensible, like the AA burner, and then the high performance burner class B here, which makes more sense, installed on the Pigeon, for example. They all deal a lot of flame damage, obviously. But personally, I think the Icarus is very fun, but it's 100k for a flamer, so that's pretty insane. The thing is that this has only fuel, and this has a mix, so it has higher intensity and some oxidizer, which you can't have on a system like this. But this is more bang for the buck if you compare the performance. This is just insane and fun. Then we have some pretty fun stuff. This was actually submitted by Nilden. So Nilden is a matros in the army of GMODISM. And this is actually an energy generating setup, but it's on a sub-object, so we can have all those beautiful details. And yeah, doesn't it look amazing? It's like gears and stuff spinning around, so it's super advanced. And inspired from that, I wanted to build a V10 engine also on a spin block, of course, to make it have this angle. And this is basically a, well, it's a steam engine. That is a V10. So that's why I wanted to put them in this angle, so we could actually have the V movement going on there. Pretty neat, I think. Brassy and nice. I want to have this on a car or something. It's really fun. You can have energy generation on sub-objects. Now, cram turrets I built a lot, so we won't look through all of them in too much detail. But, whoops, we'll have some different ones here on the smaller one. So, for example, the Lead Cast Brass one, we have the 1650mm there. We have the Crusher, which is a previous turret for the Gimlet. This is real big. It uses hollow point. We have the Detonator Mark II, and the Detonator Mark III, which is going to be put on a future and more updated, upgraded version of the Gimlet. We got the Dragon's Claw here. We have so many ones. The Holy Power is the largest one. It's an incendiary cram turret. It's insane. Stealth Dagger you've seen before. It's a little bit stealthy. Many, of course, these you have seen before. We even have a cram mortar here on the gimlets. We have the pipe organ, and we have the Type Ace in different configurations here. Different classes and configurations here. So let's see here. This is a little bit more accurate. That's a nice one. That's on the Filke. Yeah. And we have GMODISM Industries flak cram. This is a new one actually, and it's made to shoot down airplanes. Very nice. Maybe not so new. Maybe it's not new, but we have the Delta Corp Type 9 Airburst AA cram, and this thing shoots a layer of shrapnel in front of the enemy aircrafts. So yeah, it's an airburst cram. I don't see if we will see it detonate. Probably not. Anyways, it's laser targeted, of course. So a while ago we streamed with Rorsten and this cram cannon, which is called, what is it called? Arkem Quad. I was pretty impressed with this thing when we streamed with Rorsten, so maybe the type of design will get stolen and put on some future Deepwater Guard build. It's pretty nice. It's also flak based. I think it's laser targeted too. Now the civs and anti-munition system, we have a lot of different ones here. We have, for example, Vigoletta Precision, kinetic civs. That's a new. That's actually a new system, and we have the Exacto, also kinetic sieves. Here we have my older kinetic sieves, which is much more expensive, but works pretty well. That's also on the Gimle. Here we have the Type I flak. So it's a flak system, but it's not super good. Let's see here. This one is a better flak cannon in that case. It's on the Eugen actually. Here we have cram sieves. So this is actually a cram cannon that is set up as a sieves cannon, will detonate in the air with a big explosion, and does actually reliably take out many things. It doesn't deal enough damage to take out Doom Cram, but it's really good to clean up missiles. So that's nice. Here we have the Type A's, and these are my very nice little anti-missile and cram turrets. They're pretty accurate. Since they aim towards the target, they're really good. Here we have the Orion Combined Speedex. It's very good at shooting incoming crams and missiles. Expensive though. So let's see here. Here we have Type X, and this is a pneumatic sieve system, so it only fires using air pressure. Here is a torpedo sieves used for, this is of course for underwater use, gonna be placed under ships. Same as the Submarina, but this is instead a kinetic sieves system for underwater use. And they are of course having their shells included, so it's gonna be real easy to install them. This is a little bit experimental, but it's a charge laser sieves cannon, short range. Should work well in theory, haven't tested it too extensively. The AOG Shred and the AOG Shroud are two pneumatic sieves systems. So they are just placing them here in the air, and they are actually provide really good damage. And the upside with using pneumatic sieves is that the reload time is like cut down to, I think it's only 10 seconds per missile. So, we got the Shrapnel Frag Sieves 2. This is pretty good, but doesn't hit too reliably. So the Shrapnel Flak version is much more reliable. But the thing is, when you have a Frag Sieves, if you hit dead on a target, you can deal more damage than a flak. We did, or rather, not we, Cadet Kovrax did some good testing with that a while ago, so I decided to try and build my own. Here we have a subsurface, another subsurface system to shoot at the incoming things. Crackler APS, this is my only burst flak system. Now burst flak can be very, very powerful, but of course the reload time is very long. This system deals 136,000 damage in one blast, so that will take out many Doom Crams. And we got the good old Defender that has a lot of missiles on it. Then we have an extensive amount of different diff sieves systems. You've seen most of them. And neither of these, of course, have built-in... This is from Setup, by the way, as it says the Setup's manual. But these, of course, require us to add an ammo to them. My favorite is probably the Vigoletta Skyfire. It proves to be pretty efficient. The S-Corp Iron is pretty good, though, for the cost. Yeah, of course. All of them are good-ish, because otherwise I wouldn't have them in the folder. Then, the only thing that's left is the APS turrets. So, same here, we got APS diff guns. Here we can see the one on the Sheriff Deputy. The Octodads, they are pretty crazy. They actually have built-in shells. That's the only diff gun with built-in shells. And they fire 8 shots each, 8 times, what is it? It's like 8 times 5 is the number of shot it has. Here we have the regular one. So they can deal a lot of damage from a very cheap turret, since it's only cost 6 or 9,000, but we get 500mm almost super scary shots. Anyways, we have a broadside cannon here. So we have a diff broadside with 3 shots. I think it's pretty cool. And we have a single broadside here. That's present on the Sheriff. This thing, this diff damage gun, I think looks pretty cool. Yeah, we have many different ones. Check around and find your favorite. You'll see the stats on them. Yeah. I like the Skyfire so much I did a damage diff gun version of it. Oh, and we have smaller ones too. This is like the manual gun, so it's a 67mm diff gun, so it fires like... It looks like a manual gun and it fires every 6 seconds or something, dependent on the shell you put in it. I think it looks nice though. For the APS cannons, you've seen many of them. This is the Arqueballista, which I like a lot, which has like max penetrative capability and a design I'm very happy about. We also have the Bolter, which is huge, expensive systems with a nice sound. We have the Dome, Fang. Fang Shield Killer is fun. It's built to basically help with taking out shields. I wonder, was the horror part of the Draconia? No? Can't remember. It's a pretty sniper one though. Mini Bolter looks the same as the Bolter. Here we have a deck gun. I'm looking forward to use this on the Ashes of the Empire. And even though this is like a tiny deck gun, it actually has ammo built into it. And the good old Scorpio as well. It's a nice one. Oh, and here we have the shrapnel laser, but this one is dealing damage instead of shooting at incoming projectiles. This is like an AA gun surrounding the enemy aircrafts in a cloud of frag. Fort SA Model 9. We have different sizes, the taller and the shorter one. And that is a minimaxed sandblaster. It's a gunpowder based sandblaster. I'm looking forward to use this in future builds. And we got some older ones too, like the Bang Bang and the Pankasus and the Cheddar. They look really fun though. 500mm small shell autocannon. The Type K is pretty small but pretty efficient. The Type J perforator. This is built. This is on the Ryujin. This is a railgun. It's a pure railgun, so no rail assist. It's no gunpowder. It's only railgun. Then we of course have some. We have many. I don't show you all of them, of course, but we have all the different Vigoletta marksmans. We have the big sniper, and then we have the M5, M6, and M7, and all of these are machine gunny, super accurate, and they essentially use the same shell actually. So they're all basically equally good, they only have different fire rate. Yeah. They're super nice. I think they use the same shell actually, all of them. Oh, and the Hexaburst of course, which is on our hover tank. This thing is a burst gun. It fires 6 like bursts. I got a tutorial too if you want to make burst guns. I don't like them that much, but it's cool to be able to make them. Man, I'm a bit sad that the only time I've been able to use the Bolter is on the S. Davidos class. The Bolter is so darn expensive, but it's pretty good too, I think. It uses 3 different shells. It's rail assisted, it's definitely a personal favorite. Well anyways, that is indeed all of the sub-objects, I believe. I haven't showed you all of them in detail, of course. You'll have to explore some yourself there. Hope you enjoyed looking at them, though. And remember, if you download the files, if you're asked to overwrite the previous versions of the turrets, unless you change them yourself, you should, because sometimes I put an update to a turret and then upload it to the file. So even though you may have it, there may be a better version in the new updated version of the files if you have already downloaded the files once. Alright, so prefabs. For the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM downloadable thing. Continuously updated as well, so when you download the prefabs, there is a possibility I updated a prefab. So when you download the updated files, since I do update them monthly or bi-monthly, you'll get a notification. I usually talk about that in the hashtag Army of GMODISM quality, Army of GMODISM officers board in the Discord, and there is of course Patreon too. Anyways, we will be looking at the prefabs, and we got different ones here. So we got some AI prefabs. So here we have my older setup of AI cores, which is small, medium, and large, basically. So they have different things built into them. You can see here that we have things that turn on and off the shield projectors automatically. You can see that the smallest AI core, you're supposed to only connect things with the rubber here, because that is of course making this AI core EMP insulated, right? So you can see here the MQL. The M is still main, like main guns or main control. And the Q is for quick guns, quick weapons. It's an extra computer then. And the L is another core there. And they're set up with different targeting practices, right? Anyways, AI, AMS, anti-missile system included, 4 repair bots, 4 RB, 1 RB, 1 repair bot. W missile, that means we have remote control missile too. So that's nice. Then we have some stuff here. We have some newer ones which I'm using nowadays more. And here we have the Orion core, AI primary. Here we have primary secondary, so it's a little bit easier to understand. We have anti-missile system 2 repair bot and PSDSS, that is powered decoys and shields on and off. And that's the A. We have the B here, primary, secondary. I'm gonna show you a pretty neat feature with these prefabs. And the C class, which is of course bigger. The larger they are, the more repair bots do they have also. And RPA-AC, that stands for Roll, Pitch, Altitude, Auto Control. So we have some general PIDs in there. And the cool thing is that it is EMP insulated, but we use triangles, so we can actually look a little bit more easily inside the AI core when we need to fix stuff. And the larger they are, the more control they also have for the more general processing units they have. Here we have decoys, and here we have shield switches. And here we of course need to set manually the roll and pitch. And for the altitude, we need to set what altitude we want. If it's an airship, or just remove this block, we can also do that. And here you can see we have this thing. This is the secondary command. And if we look at the corner here, we also got some wireless snoopers, which is nice. Here is the mainframe with inter-vehicle transmitter, so that's usually something we have. And of course the target prioritization, and dependent on how it's set up, it's supposed to target different things. So the main block, of course, the main AI will target the largest enemy, and the quick one will target the closest and quickest. Here we have the missile controller set to channel 9. On channel 9, all of my prefabs are set up to deal with remote anti-missile missiles. So all AMM systems is on channel 9. And if there is a built-in missile controller, then that's on channel 1. This AI core doesn't have it though. But the Civs controller is of course connected up to the missile controller, which is connected up so that you can have Civs stuff. Anyways, and the smaller ones are basically just smaller versions of that with not as many cores. And this one is the most rudimentary one. They all have the smart switch, however, so that's handy. I like these new cores a lot more than the old ones. Yeah, makes sense. And they of course also have some EMP, they have some surge protectors built in there somewhere. I do think they have that somewhere. Maybe. I think they do. Let's do like this. Yeah, exactly. Touching the heavy armor on the corners, we have surge protectors. And there is more, but wait, there is more. Anyways, here we have the Orion Core Remote Missile Computer Processing Core. So basically, when you want to have remote controlled missiles, you also want to have general purpose processing power to even control them. This is a channel 1 missile core. So this is just, you can see here on channel 1, you just add missiles and they are of course made to be remote controlled. Because that makes sense. If you don't have that, they will of course add to the general processing power of the main computer. Here we have the AI extra targeter. So if you just want an extra targeter, we have this Orion Core, EMP insulated and all, providing you with an extra targeting computer. And it's of course a good idea to spread out your AIs. So if you take a look at the Sheriff, for example, we have many AIs and they're not close to each other because we want to spread out the damage. Right. Then we have this funny thing. This is a pulsar thing. So here we can see some light fittings. If we have an enemy somewhere, this will switch between colors. It's basically, you know, police siren. You can make this be any color. And you don't need to be that close, of course. Just place them as close as possible. You'll see inside of here they're set up to 8 meters, but you can increase that. But if you go in here, by the way, and set this thing to not 8 meters, but like max, you will control all of the lights on your entire ship. And that might not be what you intend to do. And if you want to have alternating lights like that are reversed, you'll of course just switch the color on this and this inside the settings. Yeah, that's pretty rudimentary. That's of course also built for the constabulary. Now, here we have the block systems 40K ECM jammer. If you want your enemy to not shoot at you and be very accurate, here we have an ECM jammer. And they'll basically, when there is an enemy, they will just max these out. And you can remove one of the ECM jammers and they will of course only take 20,000 power. And ECM jammers makes missiles and like crams and whatever shot at you less accurate. Here we have a big off switch. So if you have a ship that has all sorts of weird shit activated, like smoke, lights, whatever decoration, causing a lot of lag, you'll just, and hologram projectors too, you can put it there and you just turn off all of it. You can save the vehicle and they will be permanently disabled. So you don't need to do any, yeah, it's just simplifying life. When I have rules that you can't have stuff and people break them, I just slap that one down and we're good to go. Here we have a carrier dock spawner. So this contains everything you need. This is basically, put this on a ship and you have a carrier. Here we have the tractor beam. You can select the ship you want here. Here we have the sub-vehicle spawner. Select the same if you wanted to spawn with the craft next time. We have repair units. So if there is an enemy within anything, it will set the beam distance to 30 instead of 7. And you can change this so it sits in a good resting position. And then it will basically make it go up in the air a bit. And then, after a little while, it will release the vehicle, and when there is no enemy, it will recall them. And it's of course EMP insulated too. Very handy. Here we have the Block Systems Limited Liability Company. I like to put companies behind stuff. A processor, computer processor CPU. So this is a cute little data center. Yeah, it's a processing cores, EMP insulated, in a very cool little data center machine green thing. Here we have the shield projector decoy smart switch. So this is of course what is included in the AI course. If you want to have your own AI, you can just plonk this down and you have the shields and decoys automatically enabled and disabled if there is an enemy. Here we have the other thing included, roll, pitch, altitude, auto control. Using this with PIDs is a good idea because if you do that, you can control the ship manually without it falling out of the sky, without messing out the roll, without messing out pitch. This is like a must-have if you want to control an airplane by yourself. Here we have, otherwise it will be like a bad World War I type of experience where if you don't hold dearly onto the joystick, you'll crash and burn instantly. Anyways, here we have a thruster jaw director. So if we have a thruster, like a thruster, right? It can be directed, dependent on inputs. Now this is a fortress, so I bet it won't work, but it sets jaw of this thing by 15 degrees and helps you turn. This is something that everything in the constabulary actually uses. That's what makes the thrusters tilt in different directions whenever they get a jaw command. Very handy. And here we have the GMODIST Industries Azipods controller propulsion jaw thing. This works better in theory than it does in practice, but in theory this will provide that your this will make it so that the in the earlier video on the sub-objects, you see the propulsion, this thing, this can control this thing, and even if they are on each side. The trick is that the left side, this spin block, you'll need to click Shift N, name it A, and you'll need to go to this side, click Shift N and name it B. So right side is B, left side is A, and then it should tilt them forwards when you're going forwards, tilt them backwards, and when you're going backwards, tilt half of them, tilt like the, let's see here, the left ones are tilted so your propulsion is forward, and the right ones are anyways, tank steering. They're like opposite directions to turn. However, they have a weird thing where they have a hierarchy. So to make it work properly, you'll have to basically choose if you want going forwards and backwards is more important or doing jaw is more important. If jaw is more important, set these priorities to higher. And if going forwards and backwards is more important, then you'll need to set these priorities, the gray ones, to max. Yeah. Hope it helps someone. I should learn breadboard, I know, but this works pretty well for the Pigeon. I'll give you that. Which you saw in the first video in this little micro series, or the second one, where we looked at all the blueprints. Yeah, this is the AI systems anyways. The following folders are not as large. We have ammunition. This is a stackable type of barrel. It contains ammunition. However, this is not full heavy armor blocks, it's half heavy armor. And I found out that this is the minimum thing we can get away with when stacking ammunition like this and not make them serial detonate. It also looks like a barrel, which is cool. Then we have diff gun flak shell. So if you have diff, diff systems and you don't know how to set up a diff shell, or you're just lazy like me, here we have it. Munition defense bodies, a head, a timed fuse, and minimal gunpowder. Just as it should be. We also got a kinetic sieves shells for our kinetic guns. Our kinetic sieves guns. Here we have it. Heavy head, 2 stabilizer fins, and they are of course made to be perfectly balanced with the turrets we have that are using kinetics. And here we have a big shell ammo. So that's just a fun ammo barrel that looks like a cram shot. And this is of course for decorative purposes. You can make like a machine gun line for your crams. I don't know, it's cool. Now, here we have some armor slabs. So I thought up some different armor slabs basically. And I'm in the process of updating these a little bit. But anyways, here we have some heavy armor stagger like this for some kind of middle layer. Here we have maxed out kinetic absorbing armor. And they are S12 because they are 12 wide and they are 8 high. So they're like 2 stacked box high. Here we have the heavy naval hull, which was the original hull for the Super Davidos. And I also made diagonal variants. But this is for a lighter one actually. Anyways. Light naval hull. Class A is the most expensive. Class B is kind of the middleman. And Class C is like the cheapest one. So here we can see we have like minimal air gap. Hull. You can get a pretty decent armor like this. Just plonking it down, and I'm about to update them or add new variants, so keep that in mind. Here we have naval hull armor class B. This is the original armor for the Gimli actually. So yeah, people think this was thin, but you know, this is pretty good too. We have an integrated spall liner here. With a thinner armor type. I won't go through all of these, but here we have aviation armor. I think the name is so cool, I want to use them. Anyways. Here we have something useful. Diagonal staggered era armor. Back staggered era. So that you can easily just have this under the first layer of armor. And you'll negate incoming, you'll negate incoming HESH and heat shells a bit. And AP heat. And sap heat. Here we have a funny diamond coat that is basically a nice way to deal with high armor piercing but low damage shell and also redirect stuff. This is also for redirecting HESH shells to be specific. So this is just a studded wooden board. You can plonk it on top of your flat armor and you'll redirect some HESH shells. This is the only new armor slab. This is the ultimate HP sponge. So the thing hits the metal here, so it got some armor debuff, whatever. Then we have wood and stone. So we have some float and we, most importantly, have sheep health points. This armor slab is only meant to be internal armor, and it's a HP sponge, so it's not supposed to be on the surface, it has no air gap, right? Next out, we have cram systems. Now, we do have some pretty funny cram systems that may not be too much up to date, because they are not 3D crams, but this is basically a cram broadside cannon. The broadsword uses these. Now the ones that are really cool are the stackable ones, because they take inspiration, they take energy of each other, they take packing, you know. So if you stack a line of them like this, they'll be more powerful together because they get connections from each other. And we have this one is stackable too here. Yeah. Stackable broadside cram cannons, if you ever wanted that. Here we have a flat Tetris. This is like 3D Tetris, 3 blocks high. So if you want to have broadside cannons with a decently more efficient Tetris, well, here you got that. Now here we go with our other Tetris. So basically, the furthest down layer should be the top layer here, and then you'll just add on top of them like this. And the funny thing, you can see this green pattern here. That tells you how many barrels you can have at max. Now they won't be equally balanced, but they don't have to be. So how it works here, this is a D11, so the diameter is turret 11. So yeah, the standard turret widths. And they have up to 5 barrel support, and you can connect them up together. Here we have a D13 with multi-barrel support as well. I didn't bother to count them for some reason. And here we have D15, 7 barrel. Here we have D5, only 1 barrel support. So you'll connect them all together. Yeah, and of course 3D Tetris is much more efficient. We have different D5s. If you want a 4 barrel, you can just check the stats, which is best for your project. D7, D9, diameter 9. That's of course how wide they are. The diameter should explain itself. So we have a 3 barrel support. We have a 2 barrel support. 4 barrel / 2 barrel, depends how you. Yeah, they have a little bit different stats, but are in all, very good 3D setups, all of them. And one of my favorite for smaller cram turrets, this is a stackable 3D cram that's only 3x3. Of course, it's gonna be less efficient at these sizes, but it's as good as it gets. And of course, here we have the T17. So we have the different layers here. Now the layer A, this is the good stuff. The layer C, that's like the cheap stuff. This is the connection layer. And then you're supposed to have a B. No, you're supposed to have, no wait. I think, yeah, you're not supposed to have that, never mind. You're supposed to have the layer A, and then the B, and then the A, and the B, and the A, and the B, and top off with the C. That's how it's supposed to work. Very redundant, very sturdy T17 turret design, if you wanted that. And I do believe that's probably the Tetris. That is the Tetris used on my largest cram turrets. So it's pretty nice. Oh, we even have a budget mortar system here, isn't that fun? So if you want to plonk down a cheap mortar, it's better on spin blocks, but this works. It's on the Draconia, I think. Anyways, moving on, we have decks and detections. This is not the best, it's just I wanted to make some decks. So yeah, this is actually on the Adventure Seaplane. Here we have the Lavish Cabin. This is on the Super Davidos. It looks like a train cabin. Well, and here we have the EMP resistant detection tower. So if you want to have a nice big piece of superstructure, you can just plonk this on top, and this has detection inside of it, and it's also EMP insulated. Isn't that quite nice? It is. Then we have decoration. We have so much here in the decoration, I won't go into all of it on details. We have stuff like my chandeliers for the Gimle. We have stuff like black text for slope. So if you got the slope, you'll just put this on the slope here, and you'll have the black text perfectly matched. We have logo with the imgur links for slopes here. You don't need to set them up every time. And you can switch the pictures with whatever you want. So this is on surface sticker, which means that it goes on the outside of stuff. You just put it on the outside, it's hidden, but it's perfectly aligned. And you can swap the images with whatever you want to if you don't want the AOG stuff. Black text on flat surface. Then we have Setup made some really cool designs for the Stridsjacht, and I asked him to steal those. So here we have the share. Yeah, approved. The share, everything made by Setup is of course called Setup Design. We got a drawer. We got a drink on a table. Isn't that so cool? A little Rambot drink, like of oil with a tiny little bit of Q switch on there. We have the Army of GMODISM gemstone shield. Yeah, we have so many things. Gold text, gold logo. And this is like an auto nice interiors. Here we have this Setup's pool table. And we got, let's see here, the AOG poster. Isn't that nice? So on the wall, we can plonk this down, and you'll have all the ranks in the Army of GMODISM here on a poster. Very nice. Ah, this shelf is beautiful. Also by Setup, and the sunbed. Here I have today's lunch, which is a proud design of mine. Eating with wooden logs. Rambot food. You need to eat your fibrous scaffolding or your body will collapse. And don't forget the micro mainframes from tiny creatures. It's probably only me that thinks this is smart, but I made a prefab staircase so that we can make a good staircase for any big building very quickly. I thought it was nice. Yeah, all is just a bit of decoration. It's so cool. And it's so nice that once that we could borrow from Setup too, because Setup is just such an amazing interior things designer, as we can see on the Stridsjacht. Anyways, moving on. Engines and power. Here we have all sorts of stuff. Here we had like propellers that are stationary if you want to paste them on stuff. We have a battery pack. So this is basically a big piece of battery and some engines inside of a big nice EMP insulated box. We have a gas recycler module. So this thing can actually be connected up on the green port, and in the red port it will output the gases again. So if you have gases on your engines, you put them into this green pipe, and then they will be reused by this engine, and your entire build will be much more efficient. Very handy, the gas recycler. We have the Slim Jim Eco Plus, which is super handy because it doesn't require an exhaust and can be put in random spaces. It's still decently efficient, and it provides 1000 power. Here we have the trash bin gas recycler, and that's the same as the previous one, but it's a double setup, so for larger builds. The El Variable mini engine uses 3 different engines with different priorities in a setup like this. It's kind of small, but you know, 1000 power in that space is pretty good. We have a 3-stage fuel engine here, which been around for a while, but it's still pretty good. It's so asymmetrical, I'm awing myself how I made this work. But it does work. And this is the better 3-stage engine. I like this one. If you want to be really stylish, we have 9000 power per material in this super nice little shell. This, my ladies and gentlemen, is the 2 SI3000 Echo. Army of GMODISM engine unit. Very nice indeed. We have a similar thing, the 8000 power lightweight power jet engine for all your aircraft needs, not underwater. This thing doesn't provide any thrust, it only provides engine power. To a in a very nice package. The power flower injector engine is pretty insane, but pretty good. And the power rod, it's the same thing, but gigantuous basically. It has 12,000 power, so this will solve all your power needs. The smallest fuel engine is, as the name would suggest, very power efficient and probably not worth your time. But it's, you know, for things that will sit and chill for a long time. People seem to love this one. This is the steamed pork. It's a nice little slab, providing a lot of power actually. 23,000 power to be exact. Here we have a structural generator. It provides power, but it's mostly here to look pretty. It's like a little, you know, mobile energy station. Now, we have some different big S-Corp main engines. So the main engines are kind of powerful. But you can see the 1K power is of course very small. The Type 0 is, as you can see, using big stuff here. Yeah, it's very nice. They have a different coding here. So A stands for that's small, B stands for medium. So here we have A, we have a B, we have different main engines, we have like medium and we have small. And the C ones, they are actually the large steam, which is of course really good for battleships. This is a 4-stage engine, 3-in-1. This is present on the Gimli, for example. And we of course have more compact, smaller Class A variants as well, looking pretty good. This is actually in the constabulary. Anyways, we have the same for generators. So here we have the largest generator, 80,000 power, big steam, perfectly balanced like that. So if you want quick energy and quick engine power, you can just select whatever, it's labeled here. Here is my newest one. This is a battleship engine. It is providing, 10,000 efficient power. So if your ship or airship or whatever costs 10,000 to keep alive, then this is perfect. And it can go up to 22,000 power if it needs to. But it can run at 10,000. It can provide 10,000 engine power in a pretty darn efficient way. And of course this one has an exhaust, and I made it directional so that you can, like inside of here, turn this whatever up if you want it to go up or forwards or whatever, down. Yeah, very handy. So this is my newest multi-stage engine, and I'll tell you, this was absolutely hell to set up. It's a 3-stage engine. There is a big portion of super efficient engine, which is here, and that exhaust goes to this engine that's using cylinder and carburetor turbochargers. And if that is not enough, it uses injector engines to refill. Here you can see the injector engine in the middle there. and that injector engine feeds the turbo. Yeah, also. It's a mess. And all of it is also getting recycled here in the gas recycler here in the end. So it's actually technically a 6-stage engine, I think. No. This is a 6... Yeah, I don't know. It's 4 stages in total. It's crazy. But it's good. It's crazy good. I don't know. For a fuel engine, it's the best I could do. Then we have the lasers. So we have lamp nodes, for example, set up in the right way and whatever. We have, this is the important bit, we have the laser controller core. So the laser controller core will be connected up to anything here. And if you go inside of here, everything that needs to be EMP insulated in my laser system is, and everything that doesn't have to be isn't. So here we can see we have the right settings set up here, so just like a no-brainer, just plonk it down, you have the laser core here. The yellow ports give you the connections. And here we have the Lazarus Inc. The Lazarus Inc. is like the system here. 100,000 capacity, 2,000 power, 5,000 power pump. We have some different ones here. The armored ones are, as said, EMP insulated. And you'll need to connect them up to their ports like that, and you'll be given energy. And if you go in here, you can see it's set up in this way. Pretty close range, pretty standard good LAM setup. Now, there are different Lazarus blocks here. We don't need to go to them in detail, but in the system I also provide some armored connections. So for example, if I want to connect here, I can just quickly set up a connection, you know, pretty easily with the different 2-3-way L connectors. Now, we also have some other stuff like a big integrated box. This is a pretty big scary laser. I don't really recommend it having it like this, but it is EMP insulated. And if you want to have a really big laser in a simple way, that's the way to go. We also have pulse lasers and also unarmored components. So all are not armored. So a pulse laser, of course, is set up in a way to work with a pulse system. It has a Q switch as well. So that I usually prefer Q0 lasers, but some people like to have, I don't know, Q4, Q2, Q whatever. And there we have the pulsars, right? Well, it's basically a nice little setup of different types of lasers. And the black sheep here is, of course, the this thing, which is the same thing, but it's not the Lazarus system, but it is actually a weapon. It's seriously a broadside cannon. This is actually the thing that's installed on the Sheriff. Pretty simple, but effective. Anyways, moving on, we have mannequins. We have shilling. We have like mannequins doing different things, made to stand on different ways. Here's the shilling on the railing. This one I lended from Scovimation, who built an updated version of the Pigeon. So it had some super funny. This one, the Deep Thinker, I had to steal it basically. And then we have what is it? I need to see it. Sleeping. No, that's I made that one. Yeah, Sneaky Surfer. This is my favorite. So it has to be in the right direction though. Like, no. Okay. Well, whatever. Now it works. Okay. It's someone sitting and surfing with their phone. It's so nice. And I made most of them, of course. Taking cover because it's loud and just simplifying stuff. And oh, this one is also Scovimation's. A cadet checking their time. Isn't that nice? So, yeah. That's very nice. Binoculars, user, all of stuff. Anyways, mannequins, if you want that, some AOG navy blue ones. Then we have missile systems. So here we have all-in-one 16 munition packs. So this is of course super quick anti-missile missiles integrated into one system. We have for Captain Scoobrox, the former captain who is now an admiral, a big vertical launch missile system, all integrated and EMP insulated. We also have some anti-torpedo systems to be mounted under your hulls. And I even have a amphibious system. So these work both under and over water, targeting missiles and torpedoes. We also got some super quick armored and EMP insulated VLMs. And these are of course very good at shooting at incoming cram shells also. They have been super tweaked to have ultimate performance. So I'm pretty happy with the Ultra 21s. VLM we also have in an EMP insulated Sifnu if you just want that. And you can make them how large you want to as well. Very nice. That's gonna be expensive. You can see this costs like 21,000 materials too. Here we have the Deruta KK AOG Metropolis class huge vertical launch missile system. I haven't used this yet, but this is a huge missile that is very dangerous, a vertical launch, that we're gonna use for some capital ships in the future. I think that one is set up to be incendiary. The good old needles. That's like Draconia era. And this one is super good for two super tiny builds. We have the Type A little, well, integrated anti-missile missile system. So that's the missile templates. Now we have some plasma. And I just provided some plasma patterns. This is basically a big nice slab of charged plasma. So if you want a charged plasma system, this is a good way to go. You can just copy and paste this. And if you want continuous plasma, you'll have stackable, redundant plasma, which you can just build into towers like this, and you'll have constant damage, redundant plasma. And the funny thing with this is that it can be basically built in all and any directions. You can just add on top of them like that and it should work absolutely fine. Also got some integrated power, since we require a lot of battery power for plasma builds. It can be smart to be having it integrated there. Then we got some shields. This is some iron rivets which can be installed in the hull of ships. That provides you with laser warners, detection, automatic release of smoke, and a shield projector that is activated. We also got a diagonal one that is supposed to go into diagonal hulls, so it's set up in a pretty good way. And of course it's also EMP insulated. So the BIR is the black iron rivet system, different versions of that, and we have one under the waterline as well that doesn't have that doesn't need things that don't, you know, we don't need smoke there really, and we don't need laser warners or ammunition warners because they don't work underwater. Right, then we also have ring shields. This is a gigacube of ring shields to improve that. And we have a slice too, an EMP insulated slice, which we can add onto stuff to make it more safe. This blue little rod here symbolizes if this thing breaks, where will the enemy beam go? So don't place anything important in front of this blue little exhaust port, because if this breaks, there is the exit beam. And as you know, with the ring shields, the exit beams are pretty scary stuff. And if you want maximum distance between the shields, well, then you need a way to measure that, right? So I made a way to measure that. That's the measuring sticks. And if you're having diagonal ones, well, you can see this little thing that here is where the shield projector goes. That means that the next shield projector goes here. So it's like a smart network to set up shields in the optimal way, so you don't need to measure. Right, then the last thing we have, that's the turret wells. It's pretty straightforward. We have deck holes. So in the deck, for example, we have a hole for this turret. And then if we have wood, metal, alloy, then we have a compact turret segment. So if we want to have a compact turret, we have heavy armor in the front, we have metal and stone in the back. So we basically face the heavy armor side to where the scary stuff are. Then we have the standard turret armor, which is heavier but also much more safe. And they get stacked down like this, and of course it's the same thing. The sides are covered with heavy armor and the back is stone. So it's really important to have protected turret wells, and this makes it very easy. And that is available for T11, T13, T15, T17, T3. Like even T3. And the standard one for T3. Yeah, T5, T7, T9. Basically all the common ones. Yeah. And these are my two old turret wells, but the newer ones are preferable. Wow, that was really something. That's a lot of prefabs, and that's all the prefabs. So now we did all the now I have made all the three parts. We have the constructibles, we have the turrets, we have the prefabs, and with the knowledge on how to install them, you should probably join the commissioned officers and get a head start of getting efficient systems into this game, if that is something you don't want. Or if you just want to support the channel, of course, it helps a lot. Huge thank to all the current commissioned officers. Anyways, that's all my prefabs I have right now. I'm adding new all the time, and they will be in the updated files as usual. And there we have it. Here we have the prefabs. Also, if the prefabs and anything looks weird on your system, it's probably because you haven't set up the Army of GMODISM color scheme as a secondary color scheme. I highly recommend that you do that. You can have several fleet colors and you can switch between them. And you only need to set them up one time and you got them forever, so that you can see all of the Army of GMODISM stuff in its full glory, which I think is pretty dandy. Check out my other channels here, the GMODIST channel, the GMODISM channel, and the Relaxism channel. On the GMODIST channel, if that's up and running right now, you should have some 24/7 entertainment. Basically, full, like 24/7 combat entertainment. I put together so many hours, like, is it 100 hours? I don't know. Anyways, it just goes in a loop with fun combat stuff. On the Relaxism, you find some cool, relaxing videos. I actually got it from the depth-themed one there. Anyways, see you next time. Thanks a lot for watching. This is your host, Eric, your Admiral, signing out.
In the midst of the oceans, a new airship rises to dominate the air. This is Army of GMODISM's latest and greatest very small airship of like 10k, with an amazing capacity of firing a rotary howitzer. This is the unyielding Hierophant rotary howitzer airship, built for our Lieutenant Anto of the Army of GMODISM. And this video is about how it was created. But what warrants this? And why is there an Army of GMODISM second chapter Frontier Fleet? What happened with the first chapter fleet? And like this thing, it's like from 8 years ago. It's like very old. God damn it, have I been playing this game for like 10 years? So next time you beat yourself up over that you're not good at the game despite playing it for 3 months already. Yeah. Anyways, the first chapter Frontier Fleet was absolutely decimated. Not a single blueprint remains. And that's because it was poorly built, with bad strat, and like, yeah, ill-prepared. So that's why we're constructing the second chapter Frontier Fleet to come back and dominate Nether. Like, for example, when scary parachuters jump down on our airships and causing big death. This was literally a big threat for the first chapter Frontier Fleet, because, well, obviously I didn't know how to play the game. Now, some 10 years later, I basically know how to play the game-ish, or starting to learn. So, now we have that ability. And what we basically are doing here is that we have started building a little airship. If you're new to the channel, those that support me over at Patreon are commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM, and after some time of supporting, I'll get going and create a project for them as, well, basically size parted up dependent on the rank. This time it is Lieutenant Antol's turn. Also big thanks to our other commissioned officers as well: Captain Awesome Pupper, Shiro, Commanders Ben Wilkie and Delphin, and our lieutenants other than Anto, which is Ali Rudolph, Cravey, Flores Dagan, Josef Ishowski, Owen Parbag Reed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Prell, Scooby Rocks, and all the cadets. In our contact with Lieutenant Anto, we got some instruction on how to do it. Our Anto likes black point bits and doesn't like plasma, for example. I have started to do a little smart thing. I have like a template vehicle where I have saved all the colors on. I'll upload them to the workshop later too. If you want to build something AOG style, you can get the colors, or if you just want to use the colors your way, you can do it, of course. The fleet colors you'll need to set up elsewhere, however, but whatever. If you download the style board, you can actually like disattach a thing from it, and that basically gives you basically this, but in another way. Anyway, this is the like first iteration. We just created the well, shape, or quickly going over and basically making a little outline looking like cast iron a little bit, a style I do like. Now it is a lot of like black point bits. I really try to incorporate this somehow, and I think we are starting to get an interesting shape here, which is, of course, I saved this down. The idea is to have the gun and the cockpit on top of the airship right now. So with the like black point bits part, there is a little lore section I came up with that I'll be returning back to. I'm also having our little instructions here hovering like this, so that it's gonna be very easy to, well, basically see and reference this while we're building it. And Anto saw on YouTube, I don't remember by whom right now, but it was like a really old video of someone building a rotary cram cannon. That was a really cool idea. I never built a rotary cram cannon, and Anto thought that the rotary cram cannon would be pretty cool. But due to the size limitations of a small crafts, which we built for lieutenants, I realized that a small cram cannon of this size will be so incredibly weak, especially if it's going to be rotary. It might not be the best idea, basically. So I said, how about direct input fed APS guns? That's probably where your firepower lies. I basically said, might be possible to do on a micro scale, but it's gonna be challenging. Well, in case Anto accepted, and we moved over to make a diff system instead. However, I got completely sidetracked and started to build a modular AI system, which basically removed my need for having prefabbed, predefined size AI cores, and instead having the Army of GMODISM modular AI system. Nice, very nice. It has everything from empty modules to like really cool stuff. But this is the wrong area, sorry. I mix up my buttons here. I have them bound to like backwards and forwards on my mouse, so that I need to do the control movements. Anyways, we have like pre-set up bread, we have AIs, we have different target prioritization. It took some time to put this little AI system together. We have like 2 predefined sizes for the AIs. Now I'm here again, I should just swap the locations. But it is a 223 small craft core, which this one is using. And we also have a X3 aero core. And the smart thing with this is, of course, that it can easily be placed in the fuselage of a plane. That's the reason. Any case, this took some time, and these will be in the next update to the commissioned officers downloadable files, where you can get all these prefabs. Simply put them in your folder. Yeah, there are instructions. If you're a commissioned officer, you probably know this. Anyways, move on. You'd imagine, but I spent so long time building on this that I saved different iterations of it. Due to making up thrust vectoring preset up for like stuff and having decoy switches and stuff that I previously used with ACB, as well as built-in missile controllers for remote, comparing it to my previous core, making sure that everything is set up nicely and works, and yeah, you can imagine this took some time. We set up different target prioritization setups, so we can preset them up dependent on what we want to... I'm just clicking the wrong buttons, what's wrong with me? So basically, if you want to have targeting different types of stuff, like if you're having lasers and sandblasters, or if you're having a fly swatter AA system, if you have snipers, if you have ballistics, I preset up the targeting cards like how I use them, in order to save me some time and everyone who want to use them. Anyways, next iteration. I don't remember if this is another version of the AI systems. Well, fortunately, I have started to build on the airship again. The AI system is saved down. So I started constructing this gun, having the AI system in place, EMP insulated, and all as all good ships should be. I had to offset the firing pieces of the APSs a little bit in order to fit 4 barrels. They'll have 3 inputs each, which basically means that they have a potential maximum shot of 4 per cannon, which is... because it's 1 inside of here, so that makes it... Oh wait, there is an extra one too. So it's like 4 times 4. Oh, that's 15. That's 15 shots in total, because in the middle I ended up adding an extra input. Anyways, they are put in a very weird way, and I could get the gauge to be 348 millimeters. Works pretty good, I would think. Very crammed, very crammed. Now the ship has a little bit of an issue. You know, it basically flips around like this. And did you know that there is actually an unpowered way to stabilize things? And it's not only involving these are just there for show actually, they're mostly decorative. If this would be useful, yeah, we can make some use of them, but it's not the main way. So what we basically have done here is we have stabilized this thing with helium. And that's like a passive way to float in air. You can use helium pumps. And I made a video of this on the GMODIST channel already. I think maybe you have seen it. If not, go check it out. A little bit briefly, it is, however, stabilized using setups in a smart way of the helium pumps so that it has different compartments and basically stabilize. It's a little finicky way to set it up, but as said, the GMODIST channel has the tutorial or showcase of that. So if you haven't seen that already, go to the GMODIST channel. Link will be on the end screen. Anyways, next iteration. Because the gun isn't working, I think. Nah, this bread is empty, like a blank piece of paper. That must be the most unimaginably boring parable you could come up with, Eric. What the hell? When you spawn in iteration number 7, it does this. Yay, it revolves. That means we have started to work on the breadboard here. Now, we actually have a full video also on the GMODIST channel of this breadboard and like how it was set up. But as you can see here, what it basically does is that it fires a shell, then it turns around and, well, I think we're out of ammo to be honest, but that's what it does. Iteration number 8 have the incredibly, well, interesting name Guns Work, added more ammo, fixed the bread a little bit and started on the decoing of them. And I'm actually using the steam shafts, yes, to have this nice little texture on the guns. I haven't used it for guns before, I think. I don't know how I did not do that, but they look nice. And it's like you can deco over guns if you don't know that. Anyways, I kind of almost never use the light block, but in this we had to use light blocks to connect the different spin blocks in order for it to like move in an acceptable way. Something like that. And it turns and it should line up for the next shot. It's pretty neat. It needs some more deco, and even though I added like a good bit of actual lead to the base, it's still just refusing to stay up straight to counter that recoil. Obviously there is a good bit of recoil here, but yeah, a little bit shortly. It takes the fire, puts it through an equation, like spins it 90 degrees and switches system to make all guns but one even be able to fire. And it kind of does that. So, good times, you know? With iteration number 9, we have started to become a little bit, well, heavy, shall we say. And I think perhaps the previous version actually wasn't neatly set up in terms of the placement of the spin blocks. But here it's kind of how it works. This is the, like this one, and then we have a elevation going here. And this obviously can't sit on a thing that rotates. So inside of here, now you can't see it because light, or you can see it if you look very carefully. But as you can see here, it's a light block. Light block provide connection points while being ethereal. Can be damaged though, so not a smart way to use regularly. And yeah, we place it here to be able to basically host this spin block up here, which holds all of these barrels, guns, yeah, ammo intakes, all that stuff. Neat. Well, that's just my opinion, but I built it, so that makes sense. Yeah, so it didn't really turn out to be a reasonable way to stabilize this thing. When we had it on a like gun on top, it was so darn top heavy, it would require like so much weight at the base of it that it wouldn't really fly anymore, as you saw in the previous version. So I removed the counterweights because we don't want that stuff and just placed the gun underneath instead. Much better idea. It can also handle recoil a lot better now. Of course it like tilts and stuff, but it doesn't do barrel rolls. So like that's an improvement. We have also started to design the cockpit, and you may have missed that or something, but basically since I use all the same colors each time, I made up some lore for them. It's crazy. But the colors are green because the hyper durable glass the Army of GMODISM uses happen to be having to contain some chromium dioxide. That's why it's green. That's the lore. Anyways, detection tower on top, looking neat. Also, I can just not get enough of shooting this gun. And yes, we will be making this gun with even more barrels, as you have suggested on the original video about the rotating APS howitzer on the GMODIST channel. For iteration number 11, we have really not done anything, have we? Maybe we sorted out the cockpit and set up the AI maneuvers. Yeah, I think that was it. I should write down when I save them down what I've done too. That would be smart. Big note to self moment like the rest of my videos. You know, at least I'm aware of my incredible ability to ramble forever. I don't know, by the way, do you think this like little part of the video start with like narration and all that jazz was like interesting or just a regular cringe? Please tell me in the comments. And if you don't want to do that, comment for the algorithm. Also, this is definitely going to be a bit useful. The end system costs 12,000, so like that's okay. And it does deal some decent damage, and during this development of the project I also made a lot of prefabs. Like I made this to a prefab as well, this little pod to the side which we can just slap on like future airship. It has a built-in engine, so it kind of looks decent, and it has a built-in propeller. They're not connected of course because that's not how From the Depth works. It's a weird game. It was hard to EMP insulated detection, but you always need to have some part of detection that's EMP insulated, otherwise you may turn out blind in a fight. Because some people, like me, bring intentionally like EMP blind, like detection blinding missiles. If you have radar missiles to spread out, then you can like blind detection using that with EMP. Anyways, not to go on tangents forever, I've set up this little metal frame around it to make it look nice. That's basically that. And now we come to iteration number 13 this is. And I added spikes and some decos. It's starting to look quite nice. Yeah. What the? I feel that the jump may have been a little bit too steep between these two. I think I just forgot to save them. But yeah, what's happened is that we set up some like blades here in the back to help with stabilization, jaw and stuff like that. We added spikes, and you remember that little parachute guy before? Otherwise I put it on screen, and so the lore is basically that if we have spikes on our airship, like black point bits make sense to add there, because the spikes will prevent parachuters from getting onto our airship. Galactic brain moment. Yeah. So when I was sitting with version 12, I saw the ammo barrel, and I got some really bad ideas. And I made something, well, sidetracking as usual, which I decided to call a Lazy Matros Forbidden Pleasure set. And no, it's not as bad as you think. I just, you know, thought, what should you not do with an ammo barrel? Well, you shouldn't have a lighter on it with an ashtray. You shouldn't use it for smoking. So, yeah. I don't know, I think it's funny. So inside the cabin we have an actual ammo barrel or cockpit where we have like cigarettes and an ashtray. Yeah, bad humor. I don't know, maybe I'll get demonetized next year for this, I don't know. Anyways, hopefully not. This is really starting to close in on the finished setup. We added an auxiliary AA gun and yeah, it's starting to look neat. But of course we need redundancy and we always have to over-engineer everything a little bit. So naturally we should have the new trails, we should have auxiliary backup detection and switch between also having radar and camera. Yeah, we want it all. I feel this airship could probably have been a lot cheaper, but it isn't. Swapping out some logos, adding more spikes, adding more details like the red and green lights for well, port and starboard respectively. Yeah, setting it all up, talking with Ant-O and having some like neat interiors. Of course we need to have that. And this is so close for the last iteration, so we'll just spawn it. And there it is. Some Latin quotes with the inspirational words. We have an AMS system looking like small darts. We have set up the AI so that it will do decent combat performance, get as close so it hits, but also not getting hit too much. We have designed the APS shells in a smart little way. So the first round that comes out of this system happens to be a disruptor conduit. It will basically bring the enemy shields to 0% and deal internal EMP damage. The next shell popping in here will be the party mix we developed before but an upgraded version. Armor piercing, high explosive frag with a little bit of incendiary trails. And the last shell, or the mix-in shell, the last shell is actually the APP, that's armor piercing party mix, will be an armor piercing heat shell. So, whoops, it basically just secondary heat penetrates, then releases heat. Can kill some designs in one stroke. So obviously this is meant to provide fire support to battles even later in game. Now I did take some tips from Imp, one of our builders that has submitted a lot of gamable battleships, and due to this cannon having a tendency to miss sometimes and the recoil is getting out of hand, it needs to be really accurate, especially the first shot. So we actually changed the detection components inside of here so that the averaging times are longer than usual. This means it will be really bad against fast targets, but it will have a much better chance at shooting stationary slow targets. Well, we do have to do some exploration here. You can see we have the nice little area here. We can then go out and down very carefully. And of course up here to the AA gun, and yeah, of course, it's a tiny design. It's actually probably a bit large to be very small, but yeah. It's an airship. Blimps take space. Also, I felt before it was a little bit naked here in the back, so I added these like rings here for some reinforcements. Okay, we no longer require your service, thank you. Like, the bot being discardable is, yeah, it just introduces a lot of problematic lore details, I feel like. Especially with that image portraying a person inside the Rambot. Well, the time has cometh to test it against a target. Namely, the very stationary, not very scary Marauder, because that is the benchmark of all good things. No, the airship isn't this slow. I'm running it at slow motion. Because I'm hoping the first shell will hit. Oh, I think it's getting ready to fire. The firing computer has it's like first seconds locked, so it cannot fire, and that's because the detection need to gather detailed detection before any gun are allowed to fire. And I'm hoping to use that on a future update of the Gimli class in order to hopefully get rid of that little issue that makes my cram cannons miss the first volley. I don't know if we can pull it off, but I hope it's gonna do the same here like it did there. Glad we have those fuses, at least we did some damage. I feel we don't need to slow-mo this. Let's just see what damage we can deal with the first volley. And it turns around and goes to the next input. Now the issue is that when the first round of volleys have been completed, well, we kinda have this little problem called recoil, you know? Because it kinda makes it not stable. Oh, damn! I think we probably AI sniped something there. Or we just got lucky. Anyways, very nice work of the Unyielding Hierophant class, which is on the workshop right now as you're watching this video, so remember to go there and upvote it for the Empire of GMODISM. We request your service. Anyways, we should paste this in the second chapter Frontier Fleet. And about super slow sad ships, well, the obvious thing to do is to measure it. How many marauders long is it? The important question. Roughly we can say it's about half a marauder long, give or take. And now, checking the stats, 12k cost, 700 blocks, armor cost is very small, top speed is 29, weird, I've seen more. We'll need to check the details of course, and the length of this thing is 34 heretical units. So we'll just input this in our heresy converter. Length marauder units 34 gives us exactly 0.45 length marauder units. We can also see how much it costs. It costs 12,000, and that gives us a cost of 0.28 cost marauder units. So now you know. Cutaway units, views, I can't even speak, is always fun to look at, so here is how it looks inside. It has huge tons of ammunition inside because, well, diff guns require a lot of ammunition. That's like their downside. They run through ammunition faster than they say they will in the stats. Anyways, on a bleak, perfect weather day, the enemy is spotted. Swiftly going to action, letting the computer think for far too long before we're even firing the first round. We are engaging the monkey barrel. Gloriously missing the first shot, following it up with a perfect shot. Killing it once and for all. We didn't even need to install those spikes. The parachutes unit of the deep water heretic guard will not even able to land at us. Sad, because we would have liked to have a red paint job. Just kidding, it will be pink. It's just brains in boxes, you know. Well, that will be it. Thanks a lot for watching. And of course, extra thanks in this video to Lieutenant Anto for supporting us over this time. I hope you enjoy this little build, and we will be moving on to the next one in queue. So, this is your host Eric of GMODISM, and don't forget the GMODIST channel there in bronze. Check it out and check those videos if you want to learn more about that rotary bread. Anyways, this is your host Eric of GMODISM, and I'm signing out.
GMODISM.
We're going to make a superior battleship. I need to come up with something that can do like that to all the other battleships. So that's kind of cool. In any case, we're going to build a new battleship project, and I got some requirements which I'm going to show you right now.
The project is called Q for now, and its objectives are 1. Beat the Ragnarok at lower materials than the Ragnarok. Now, the Ragnarok tournament thing has some other rules, but I won't adhere to these rules really. I got my own rules, but I will take some inspiration from those rules. The second requirement is to beat the Draconia and Borderwise's Titan Slang. The Draconia can beat the Titan Slang, but not all of the time. It usually does, but not always. Which is why I want to make that the new ship I'm making should be able to always beat Borderwise's Titan Slang Mark 1 and Mark 2, because in some sense I think Mark 1 is actually a little bit stronger. It has better crams. 3, and most importantly, is to look good. So I made a big boy called the Broadsword. You've seen that. It looks pretty cool, and I like that aesthetic a little bit. I did that a little bit for the Fred Battlecruiser for Captain Scubarocks, but I did a little bit of that aesthetic, but I want a big ship with aesthetic. So the Ragnarok is like 2.2 million, so that's where we're aiming at, basically, under 2.2 million. I learned a lot of new things since I made the Draconia, so I think I will be able to do a better ship than the Drac. So here we have the ship I'm trying to make. I want a little flat, thinner front like this, and I want this like cast iron style here. And then it's gonna be a pretty thick ship, like this. It's gonna have a lot of empty space. And I want a normal back there, and I want turrets stacked in different levels. We're probably gonna go with some main weapons of Cram, and we're gonna have some auxiliary sniper cannons. Then I'm gonna make a pretty high superstructure. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna design this, we'll see as we go. But this superstructure will be very important to get that broadsword look. I can insert a little picture of the broadsword here so you can see what I'm talking about.
Alright, so here we are, literally in from the depth. Right, so we should begin with construction, and the first iteration I will show you is this beast. So I'm trying to do a really cost-saving maneuver here. I really want to only have like armor where it matters and just skip it where it doesn't matter. So since it's very, very uncommon with submarines that go underneath you and shoot upwards, I kind of feel like I don't want to spend too much on armoring it too much from below, except the turrets. We're gonna have some pretty light armor where it doesn't matter, so we're actually gonna have a pretty thin bottom ship. Alright, so we have some weapons on here too. And this is my never used before except in some other videos perhaps, but it's pretty new. This is the Crusher. So if we go to sub-objects mode, cram turrets. By the way, all my Patreons can access all of my turrets and prefabs if you want to have them. That's the way. $1 a month. Right, so here we have it. This is the Crusher. And it is a turret 17. I might release some turrets to the public sometime. However, but I don't know which of them. I have so many. In any case, this is the Crusher. It costs 171,000 materials. It is what you would say a complete tank of lambs. Like each of the, like this shell here, it has 143,000 health, and the mill have 130,000, and this one the same. And you can see they are 15 seconds, 18 seconds. They come pretty frequently, so they are big shots. And these are, of course, hollow point. So these will crumple and crush most armor types bit by bit. There is nothing that can defend you against this except deflecting the shots. So that's what I wanted to have, because I do know that the Ragnarok 2.0 has some extremely formidable civs and lamb system. Like the budget for those is unusually high. That thing has better civs and lambs, or a more expensive better civs and lambs than most ships of that price range, I'd say. So I really need something to get through, and I am pretty certain that these boys will get through. It's a pure hardener, and it has a hollow point thing somewhere. Here, these are actually the stoners. So these are the crushers, and these are the stoner Class B mortar turret. And I'm thinking to have 6 of these mortars, because if anything doesn't confuse lambs as much as mortars, I don't know what does, because this is also a hollow point, by the way. They will go through, deal a lot of damage to the deck, really remove the deck armor, because most people use very thin deck armor. And they will occupy the lambs, which will make it so that our crams can probably get through. Well, that's the first iteration. For my second iteration, I have added the... these are completely crazy. These are my mini bolters. And we looked a little bit about them on them at the adventure mode. It's 125 millimeter. They're pretty crazy. I don't know if I have a fire control computer somewhere. In that case, I think we should add one and check them out a little bit. Just check the sound of them, because I love the sound of them. Okay. Listen. Isn't that beautiful? And here we have the regular bolter. As I said, we looked at them a little bit in adventure mode, and like this thing fires pretty quickly. It has a RPM of, well, 2000, and this thing has an RPM of close to 200. So they're pretty fast firing, shoots a pretty good party mix. I can't show you this. I'm sure all of you don't watch my adventure mode. So this is Squash Head and Super Cavitation, so we can shoot underwater line. This is Armor Piercing Secondary Heat, also Super Cav. And then we have a Visible Tracer with a skimmer tip, so it bounces. It doesn't hit things underwater, it only hits things above. It kind of bounces off and hits the superstructure, and that's EMP to deal some AP EMP type of damage, because the skimmer tip also has some AP capabilities. So you can see Armor Pierce Modifier 1.4. So basically, it's made to disable detection. This thing is a completely, it's a little bit of a different thing. I'm not sure, I think it might have 3 shells. I spent a long time designing these turrets actually, like a really long time. So the distance between the first iteration and the second is kind of long, because I spent so much time developing these turrets. Yeah, I know you already saw them in adventure mode, but this is basically where I made them, I believe, for this project here. So it's an armor piercing heat for this one. So it's a small one, or 125 millimeters, not super small. We have a hash, and then we have a disruptor conduit and EMP. So that's a little bit different, and that's because this thing shoots so fast we can weaken shields with it. And if we weaken shields, we can get through with our crams. Ain't that smart? Right, so that's what we've been doing there. We added some basic power, like these are really efficient, my little custom jet engines there. We added this little tower thing here just to kind of get a sense of where the superstructure will be. As I said before, I want to have a pretty high superstructure. And I believe that this thing actually, oh yeah, I just spammed propellers here, so it actually floats. And I did say that I wanted to not have water pumps, because water pumps just lag too much. So we're gonna skip that. Yeah. Just to test, I'm actually gonna spawn the Ragnarök, and we're gonna see if our weapons get through. So this is the first official test, and see if we can get through the civs. I'm gonna turn on God mode for this thing, because of course it doesn't have any armor. And by the way, I started to use asymmetrical armor for turrets, so all my new turrets have all the armor in the front of the turret and no armor in the back, because it's so rare that the turret faces the wrong direction. So I think that's a trade-off that's worth it. Of course, from time to time, a drone will be behind you and try to shoot, but man, we do have armored turret wells as well, so, you know, you gotta spend your materials wisely. And that's kind of the main thought behind this entire project.
I'm trying to spend my materials so wisely that I just don't use like armor in a place that it's not needed. So hopefully it will pay off. And man, oh my god, how embarrassing it will be if this build doesn't defeat neither the Ragnarok nor the Draconia or the Titan Slang. That would be a complete failure. But you will see later on if it does that. By the way, a little update, it's up to 1.6 million, so it's starting to be expensive. I don't know how we will solve this budget, by the way, but whatever. It's Robas meal time. Here is the Ragnarök. And I wanna pause this because I wanna, god damn it, it escaped. This bar is so funny. Here it is. I hope you're hungry. Anyways. Right, so this will be kind of interesting. Oh, look at that. Many of the shots get sniped by lambs. It's so fast. You know what? I think we should turn down time a little bit. We're gonna see. Alright, so here comes the first Quran barrage. And this is like, these have loads of health, man. It's so much health. It's completely insane how much health I put in these. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Of course, this is just empty air, but it's a pretty fail-safe method. Oh yes, 2 of the barrels completely gone. It's like, of course, they will be able to shoot still, but I'm thinking this is a pretty good strategy. Here we got some shots bouncing as well. And there a new cram barrage is coming in. Ah, you can see they are actually getting through. That's so nice. That's so nice, because most crams won't get through the Ragnarök. It's very good at killing cram shells. Of course, hollow point damage ain't the best, but it's something. Yeah, I think we can use big crusher crams to do this. And you might wonder why we have several barrels. Well, that's basically because if one of these shots hits our cram turrets in the right spaces, they will be completely disabled. So I thought it's a good trade-off to have several firing pieces. Even though the individual health of that shell will be lower, it's high enough that it will get through when it is a hollow point. And it adds so much redundancy with adding multiple barrels. And there are some advantages of multi-barrel turrets, but I found out that those advantages kind of decrease a little bit the larger we get. When we're really large, it's mostly redundancy that we get. If we have some smaller cram turrets, it might be more material efficient per firepower to have several barrels. But I'm gonna make a proper empirical testing video about that in the future, so we can clear that up once and for all. In any case, this test is a success. The Crusher Cram turret does get through the defenses. And there we have it, the third iteration of the ship. So, what did I do now? Well, I basically spawned everything I got that I think could fit on this system, just to see around how much this would cost. And the really bad news is that this cost 2.1 million. And as you kinda can imagine, I can't make a armor scheme that will work for this. Like, if I make an armor scheme that is gonna cover up this thing, like, after all, it's how large is this thing? It's 341 meters long. If I'm gonna make an armor scheme that would protect it, I think I will reach somewhere around 100,000 if I only use wood, like one layer. And that's of course not acceptable, we can't do that. But anyways, we'll go through a little bit and see what we got for types of weapon systems. So, here we have my Arquebalista Invictus. It is a sniper cannon that you also see in adventure mode that penetrates really deeply, and that's meant to poke holes under the waterline of enemy ships and make them sink. And that's one of the methods I thought to use to combat Waterwise's Titan Slangs and the Draconia. No, not the Draconia, that's floating. I meant, of course, the Ragnarök. I think I might want to combat them ships by having a sniper cannon that shoots holes under waterline so that they sink. And that's a good method. And this is a pretty nice 480 millimeters. These shells travel at almost 2000 meters per second, and they are sabots. You will not stop them very easily, and they shoot a shot every 10 seconds. I'm pretty happy about this design. I am. I spent some time doing it. Here we also have a nice little like auxiliary turret, 49 millimeters, almost 400 RPM. More like, yeah, something like that, and it shoots HESH shells really to annoy and detonate any eventual ERA armor scheme that you might have. Here we also have the larger version of the 60-70mm Vigoletta system. This is the Vigoletta Mark 5, I think. This is the Vigoletta Mark 4, it's smaller. And this is of course a really nice thing shooting. I don't think it's even rail assisted. I think it's pure gunpowder. But it shoots some really dangerous shells, and they are actually sabot frag, really weird combo, but I did tests and they work better. Here we have my new Octodad diff gun. They are 479mm, just to make them a little bit smaller than 500 so we can save on the blocks a little bit. And well, that's a diff gun. It's the optimal diff setup. It's super nice, deals a lot of damage. Smaller diff cannon, what do we have here? Here is, this was used on the Slabman. If you've seen the Slabman challenge, it's there. It's also featuring on the Battle Cruiser for Captain Scuba Oxen. Here we have a stealth dagger. It's a smaller cram turret, lower tier class, but it does provide some stealthy shots because at 1300mm the detection range is only 257, which means that a lot of the Civ systems will not have time to aim before it hits it. Now here is another little turret. I don't remember the name of this, but it's nice. Here we have my tall pipe organ. It's a really slow reload time, like over a minute. It's like 80 seconds, but they deal some decent damage. 40,000 health for this size of a turret is okay. Pretty tall though. Here we have some other cheaper systems, some even more cheap systems, and of course the laser turret that was featured on the Draconia. And as I want the lasers on this thing too, I think I want to have at least 2 laser turrets in order to not make it too volatile and too easy to take out. Pretty decent turret, and here is a laser cube. So this is a really big system that we can actually do like this. Here you can see we have some laser systems stacked up here, some basic storage, and they are connected up to each other. And they are then divided by heavy armor, and everything is EMP insulated and closed into a box. A very neat little way to make a laser system, I thought at least. So I'm gonna stick it on here because it's pretty big. And hopefully this will be powerful enough to beat the enemies. Yeah, so I'm gonna have a serious thinking session. And I'm gonna take some decisions on what of these turrets we're actually going to feature on the ship. Now, there is a small chance we'll have to let go of the mini bolter because this is a really expensive turret. I think it's over 300,000 in material cost. And while it's very cool, it's probably not that good. It's a little bit too much eggs in one basket with one firing piece if we got taken out. A little too much of our firepower is taken out, so yeah, it might be a little bit scary. We might remove that. We'll have to think a little bit on which of these turrets we will use. What we do know, however, is that our cram systems, the mortars over there, and of course our main turrets here, they are able to get through the Ragnarök without anything else really. They're really hard to deal with.
We also got a name for the ship, and it's probably gonna be Gimli or that's Icelandic, or the Swedish Gimle. So basically, since it's going to beat the Ragnarök, and it's one of the big reasons why we do this ship, we need this only thing that survives Ragnarök. Well, Gimle is the golden hole with the golden gemstones where all the worthy people survive Ragnarök. So, of course, we can't win Ragnarök, that's an impossible battle to win, but we can at least survive it. So that's why we call this ship Gimle. Beautiful. Okay, so what are we gonna have? I wanna have a big laser and some really insanely strong lamp system. I'm thinking to actually connect up my laser and the lamp system to this power, same source. I want some kind of Hesh spammer, 300 millimeters or something like that. I have some specific number to get specific sounds. If you want to know how to get specific APS sounds from different guns, check out my tutorial about that. Then I want to use my bolter turrets. They're really big. You saw them in the Venture mood. AP Heat, Heat's about solid, AP Frag, EMP, some mixed there. I want some hollow point crams to really tank and completely make it so that the enemy CVs and lasers will not even be able to take them out, really high health point, hollow point cram. I want a tiny missile laser system that just targets the enemy ship and just confuses their smoke so they get very confused. Alright, here we have the ship thing. So it's gonna be a right-sider, so I want to have most of the armor on the right side of the ship. Then I want to have some laser lamps and sieve stick around, some turrets. I want to have them on deck too, small things sticking up. I want 2 big cram turrets in the front, 2 big cram turrets in the back, and a couple of APS in the middle here. Then we want engines here, engines there, engines there. So we have engines in different positions, and one of these engines should be able to keep this thing floating. Because one thing I noticed, and that's that water pumps cause so much lag, block count isn't even a thing. I can have 100k blocks at ships battling each other with not having serious lag, as long as there is no water pumps. Water pumps really eat up my CPU and make it stutter, and I just hate that. So, to not make my system lag, I'm going to not have any water pumps. And if I will take some submissions of challengers that will challenge this ship, one of the requirements will be having no water pumps. Rules will come later if we do it, I can't promise that, so keep tuned for that. But if we do it, no water pumps allowed. In any case, that's the outline. This is subject to change. We might not even do that at all, but that's a little idea that we're going to get building from. So let's go.
And there we are. You might be wondering a little bit here, has anything even been added? I think you'll see. So we started to build on a hull. It looks like this. And when I spawned these turrets here and looking at the design we just saw, I felt like my current ship design was a little bit too elongated and thin. And I wanted a thicker design. So I have constructed this little board. I am very aware of that we basically have no armor from underneath it. So that is a choice I made to have very little armor where I don't think it's needed. And this makes us extremely susceptible to torpedoes coming from below. This ship, we're going to try and make it pretty fast, so we're actually just going to ignore torpedoes completely, because you can always counter a ship with something, and torpedoes is something that we choose to not focus our resources on. So if it might be a problem sometime, maybe we'll have to update it and add anti-torpedo defenses, but we're not going to armor very well against torpedoes. We're going to go for redundancy instead. So here is one of the engine models I've made. S-Corp main engine type 1C 4K power. So this thing, obviously, it produces a lot more than 40k power, but when we are putting it under heavy load, it only produces 40k power. So I tested them under load to decide. And under load, they're 40k, so that's what they're listed as. Right. Here we have some different armor slabs. I developed some different types of armor. You can see them in the cross section here. So this is a pretty heavy armor. And it's using a little bit interesting setup here. So the first layer of armor is very, very, very thin like that. It's only one slab of metal and one slab of wood. And that is because if we're hit with HESH shells, if we're having a spall liner that's like 50% of the armor, from our earlier empirical test, as you may have seen, this basically is the best setup against HESH, having a spall liner this strong. And that should not be able to, whatever the strength of the HESH, if they shoot against this, I don't think they will be able to get through this armor at all. And this armor isn't very expensive. However, this leaves us open to, if anybody sandblasts away this first surface layer, they will be able to get through with the shells afterwards. But I'm going to build a pretty spacious design. So even though this is like the outer wall, there is going to be a lot of empty space, and we're going to have some interior armor as well. So it's okay that I have my air gap so near the surface of the armor, because we are effectively going to have another air gap, because we're going to well, have interior armor. Now we had some discussions before and tests, and we now know that checkerboard armor is less efficient. I talked with some different people in the Discord, like Pete Summer, Balkan, Scarabas, and all those names. I don't even remember who's in the discussions. But basically, checkerboard armor isn't very good. It's useful in some certain circumstances, but in general, it's not a generally good design. So the Draconia had it, and it is a-okay, but it's not the best, because high explosive has gotten a little buff. So when a high explosive shell detonates in a enclosed space, it has a damage buff, so it deals more damage. And when we have a checkerboard armor, if the wood gets blown away very easily, an explosion can get into that empty space and effectively deal more damage to the blocks around it. And that's the theory around it. It seems to be correct, but we're going to do an empirical testing video about checkerboard armor, because it indeed seems that it's better to just do like this, for example. So we can kind of put them in slabs like this instead. Should be better than having them, than having them like that. Because we want 2 layers of metal stacked on top of each other, because then we can get the armor stacking bonus. In any case, I'm thinking what armor scheme I'm going to use here. This is the heavy armor. You can see it has actually 2 built-in air gaps, and that's of course not needed. It's just that it has the equivalent of 1 block of heavy armor, but it's ported up like this, so if a shot hits this thing and destroys it, we still have a surface that the shot can get deflected on. For example, for armor-piercing heat shells. Pretty scary stuff. Well, in any case, that's basically that. This is the heavy layer, this is the standard layer, and this is my super heavy layer with like 4-meter beams of heavy armor. And I think this is a little bit too heavy to have on this design. I'm going to go more for redundancy than heavy armor. Well, anyways, this is the shape of the ship, and the other side of the armor is already set up here. It's gonna be a right-sider, so I only expect some stray missiles and stray stuff to come in from this direction. So it's using a pretty thin and light armor here. So this is the 5th iteration of the ship, and the fifth iteration basically cost 3 million, because we now have started to build the turret placement. So as you could have seen from my little outline, I wanted 2 big cram cannons, but I'm thinking maybe we'll go with 3 big cram cannons. And this is the crusher cram we looked at before, which will go through the Ragnarok's lambs and most other systems, civ systems, like as well. But these are some high health points, boys. Here we also have the Arcaballista Invictus, the 480mm sabot sniper cannon that's designed to shoot underwater parts on ships to really make them sink, which is one of the other strategies we'll use to tackle the Ragnarok. And I decided that it is better to have this shooting at a low angle. I can't have it here in the middle as I thought before, because I want to shoot under the waterline. And if I'm shooting under the waterline, like if I'm up here and shooting down, you can see if I'm shooting under, I might do like no damage. But if I'm like here and shooting underwater, I might do the double damage. So just a few meters up and down for a submarine or subsurface sniper cannon like this matters a lot. So all of my Arcaballista Invictus will be moved to a position where it's pretty like low. Here we also have some basic armor for the engine here. We don't need a lot of armor, but we want something that can catch up some stray shots from above, no, from in front of it and from the side, because of course the ship will spawn with its nose to the enemy, so we'll need to have some armor in the front. Not much, we mostly need to be lucky, but we need to have some armor. And here you can see the shape I talked about in the earlier video here. I wanted this kind of boxing thing going to a flat little surface, and we're going to have a cast iron structure down here. So this is just a flat little simple surface, pretty cheap armor, nothing important is gonna be here, it's mostly there to be hydrodynamic. Here we have the 6th iteration of the ship, and I started to play around a little bit with having some diff guns here perhaps. We'll see. Here we also have some interior armor, and this is another checkerboard pattern. And I'm wondering how it is the case with the stone and metal, because their health values are pretty similar, like 16 and 12. So this should give each other some kind of AP bonus, because stone is more efficient armor technically than metal. But I don't know, I think we'll need to test that later, but I added some of that here because I had my prefabs. So I maybe use this some interior armor, but I think I'll need to have proper turret wells as well, because otherwise we're gonna be pretty sad. We added our laser cube here. So this is the, maybe I can do like this actually, to just show you. This is like the laser cube. It's an integrated laser system, and I hope this will be protected enough to survive. It's pretty well protected up, and it should be able to deliver laser to lambs and damaged lasers in a decent way. I think it costs like, I think it's a 45,000 power laser. Yeah, continuous of course. Here we have a little AI core. We're going up here with the largest of my AI cores. This is the same core that's used on the Super Battle Carrier, I think. It is, it's pretty nice, protected, well set up, has automatic shield switch and stuff integrated. So I think it's gonna serve us well. It's gonna provide us with like 4 AIs? No? 3 AIs. Yeah, it should be 3. Here I also added my S-Corp's 80k power generators, because of course the Arcaballista Invictus uses a lot of power to shoot those railgun shells. It's like a mixed system, but we need some decent power. So that's why we have so much power here. However, I'm not sure I'm gonna have them at the same place, because you know, they might get shot at. And we have some heavy armor framework here to just keep the turrets up. It's pretty unlikely that they will be destroyed completely. Here is a battery actually, if we just remove it here, it's an EMP insulated battery. This thing is pretty expensive. Like man, one of these batteries costs like 800, so I don't know, that's like 100k or something. But I thought we could have a little battery here behind the turret, should be pretty well protected. So we have some power generation and stuff like that. Still haven't decided on the armor, but maybe in the next iteration. Oh my god, look, we have armor. Just kidding. We just started the outline. I decided to go one of the models that only have one layer of metal in front of it and one layer of wood to get that maximum spall lining effect. Because some people use Hesh to great effect, and I want to make sure I'm pretty well protected against Hesh spammers. Here, by the way, we have a sonar decoy, because I thought it could be a good idea to have a sonar decoy in case we get some, well, torpedoes that are sonar. And we have also started to add these. These are, of course, my pods of Azipod pods. They are this one. I made it for this application, but they use 8,000 power each. Pretty nice, provides pretty nice thrust, and we could have them in the front and the back, and we should have some decent speed and maneuverability. I removed the turrets, the cram turrets from the back portion here. So I have 3 here. I'm thinking to have at least 4 of them, so I left one, I removed the other ones. And unfortunately, we're still like 2.8 million, and it needs to cost under 2.2 million. So man, I don't know, we may need to rethink a little bit on our armaments. Oh my god, we removed some more stuff. I'm thinking I'm wanting to have all of these units here, kind of, but on this one. But we're still 2.793 million. And I know we should spend the most of our budgets on firepower and not like armor, because spending that on armor is just a waste of material, usually. But man, we're so far away from 2.2 million. It's gonna be a little bit tricky to get this to a cost-efficient way, like seriously. I don't know, we'll see what to do. You can see I wanted to add the cram turrets in the back here. We have my nice little turrets here in the back. And I added another one of these arquebalistas down here just because I really want to make sure we have good redundancy. So we can have like 2 in the front. Yeah, I added another one in the front if I forgot to say that. So we have 1 here and 1 here. And the thought is, since this is a right-sider, I imagine these both can aim to the right pretty well and shoot targets on the right. While still sharing the same plane, because we want them both to be like low slang and under the cram barrels, of course, because otherwise they'll collide with each other. And we have 1 extra here in the back for redundancy, and I think we should really be able to poke some holes in the enemy. And man, we're a little bit too expensive. We're gonna see what to do with this. I did add the Azipods in the back to our little vertical propulsion system just to make us steer and everything like that. So by now we should actually be able to like steer this thing. You can see we can turn. I can like go, like of course this is mainly dead weight, but we can go forwards and turn around and all sorts of cool stuff. Isn't that nice? Well, the time has come to test the armor scheme, but I just thought a little bit with my armor switcher here. I thought it was a little bit annoying that we kind of are in the like wrong direction all the time. So I'm kind of thinking like, what if, I think I have a fix, like what if we have a spin block here? Oh man, that's upside down. If I have this upside correct, well, like that. Now we can build on this plane. And now we should be able to get it back here. And I think you're gonna see in a short little second what I'm going to mean here. So if I just placed this here, like that, perfect. And I'll just go to this block, select another one that's a little bit shorter. Oh my god. Oh, so now I can build on this, and I don't have to be tilted. And I can use my GHJ. Oh my god, that's amazing. And I can change this armor upright. Isn't that smart? Using a spin block to change the direction. Wow, I'm feeling very intelligent today. Oh my god. We're going to do some tests. I have worked together the different armor schemes a little bit before here. And by the way, they are all, you can see there, available for all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM. So I just want to give a huge thanks to our channel supporters, the commanding officers, Admiral Super Dave, Stellar Lieutenant C2, Ayak the Boater, Commander Ayak the Boater, Commander Eugene, Lieutenant Asteria, powered by Greed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. It really helps us out to make more videos and stuff. In any case, here we have the standard level hull armor here. Here we have the direct hit capable super heavy armor. And here we have the normal heavy armor. This one costs 4,000. So I made them cover the same surface. They are differently thick, but they cover different surfaces. And these two have some alloy in them just to give some floatiness and better internal armor. In any case, this one has a cost of 4,269. This one has a cost of 6,336. And this one has a cost of 1,944. So we're going to test their effectiveness, and we're gonna do a cost-benefit analysis and see which of them should be the main armor. First out, we're gonna test regular armor piercing, which is of course the most normal type of shell tip you will meet. We have a lot of AP frag, APHE. So let us do the direct hit capable. Did not go through, only did some damage there, okay. And this, by the way, is like 200mm shells, so this could be a sandblaster thing almost. So it's good if we can survive some sandblasting, I think. Now we have the heavy armor here. It destroyed one heavy armor block. Alright. And then we get the thinnest armor here. Bam! It didn't get through! That's nice. Okay, so it did destroy this, of course. We don't have any air gap left here. But it didn't get through. Well, okay, so they're all safe from sandblasting. We're gonna try Sabot. I actually expect this to be able to shoot through all the armors. If we're gonna do a Sabot, let's do what I have, 480mm. I think it should be able to penetrate all of these armors. But let's just test. And something like this, I will not try to defend against, because I don't think we can. Oh, okay. And what about the heaviest of the heavy armors? Ah, melts right through. Okay. Sabots, we can protect against Sabots, like not in a reasonable fashion, because of course ERA doesn't defend against them either. So I think when it comes to Sabots like the Arqueballista Invictus, we'll just have to understand that they will go through, and we'll need redundancy for this reason. And of course, we can spot protect some areas like the AI that we just cannot lose, but in general, we can't defend against that. Alright, now we're going to test 400mm heat shells. So it's 400mm, it's heat, and we're gonna test them against the armor types. Oh! Awesome. It didn't go through this one. And do remember, like, this armor costs 1,944. And this one costs basically like more than 3 times as much. And this one, it costs the double of this one. So that's why I thought it was remarkable. I thought they might be able to get through, but that's cool to know. And then we're gonna do the next one. And they shouldn't get through, of course. No, just destroyed one layer. We should be able to fire a couple of more of them before we get through. Yeah. We're gonna go back to this one actually. Fire another one. Yeah, it gets through on the other one. And let's try this one, the heaviest armor. Bam. Doesn't go through. Oh. It felt like we hit it right on... Well. So against big heat shells, they all protect for one shot, but I don't know, we should have an armor that can protect against a like major shot from one point, but I don't think we can design it in order to take several shots on the same spot, because we're of course not gonna overspend on armor. So let's do the same with Hesh. Alright. Bam! That deals some heavy damage. So we're 400 millimeters again, but it just spreads out there. Bam! And the second shot gets through. It only protects against one Hesh there. This one. These are a little bit tough. Whoa! Oh my god! This one also just protected against like 2 blasts there. Wait, that's the wrong shell. Excuse me, we forgot to do one of these. Okay. 1, 2, didn't go through. 3, man! And the 4th one. Okay, okay. Well, that's good to know. How about our middle armor here? 1, 2, can zoom in here. 3, 4, okay. Weird. And this is just double the expense. Oh, and of course, the heaviest armor. 1, 2, 3. What? Also 4. You know what? It's really... I did already think this from the beginning. Because when we designed this, I did some small tests and I found out that this armor scheme was pretty efficient, but man, I didn't expect them to take equally much, even though this is like smaller. That's a little bit crazy. That is a little bit crazy, but of course the damage done to this part is a little bit less. It's less spread out, but seriously, they protected kind of equally well. This is definitely a current favorite. We're gonna do a hollow point shell. Let's see, our AP is 38. That should be enough. And I think we're going to max out the gauge on this thing. And we're gonna see what types of damage we do here. So, first armor. Bam! Ooh, very much through on 2 shots. That's some serious damage. And the middle armor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Much better, much better. Oh, and we go with this thick one. 1, 2, 3. Also 4. This armor isn't as strong as I thought it would be, honestly. Let's do some AP frag. This is pretty normal. Maybe not at like 500 millimeters, but probably like 450 or something like that. It's a strong shell. So, let's try out AP frag. Bam! Ooh! It got through! I need to see that again. Bam! Okay, didn't get through this time. This time they caught it. Oof, that's some scary stuff, man. This one, bam. Oh, the armor piercing just melted through here. Bam, didn't even stop it, did go straight through here. Whew. Yeah, I don't know if we can protect against that. And that one just melts through, of course it does. Yeah. Cool sound. I don't remember what I labeled that sound, but I have a video about that. Of all the, what is it, 11 APS sounds? 20? 30? I don't remember. I should say, however, that these are some pretty like strong shells. There is a lot of there is a lot of chemical load in these. They are of course only set up for testing, but a lot of people don't use as big shells as we're using here. A lot of people are using smaller shells. But I've set up an armor-piercing secondary shape charge, so a secondary heat. We're gonna see what types of damage that deals. Melts right through. Can begin with this one. Melts right through. Well, it should be pretty similar, right? Since we are having the same kind of gauge. Ooh, and it gets completely pwned by this armor. It doesn't. Oh, what? Does it perhaps exactly hit the spot here so it actually detonates the shaped charge and bypasses the air gap? That's a little bit scary. Do we actually need a like physical air gap to prevent this? I think we may do. Like, since it's a wedge, it's hitting straight on. I wonder if we can use this to our advantage by having just a total heat spammer, an AP heat spammer in very low gauge, and we could get some lucky shots to go through even the best armors. We're gonna try some sand/gravel blaster here. So we're going to go with the first armor here, and we're basically set up a, well, it's a sabot shell. It's just 125 millimeters. Wow, it melts through pretty easily, doesn't it? Did I set the RPM on this thing? Because, yeah. 1 shot, 2 shots, it gets through in 2 shots. That's not very good. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shots. Only takes 3 shots? It's like only 125. Man. 1, 2. 3 on this too? So this is better, but I don't know, man. I guess this is a pretty insane shell. I don't know if it is, but it deals a lot of damage, this thing. Interesting. Interesting. You know what? I really like this armor scheme. It's like half the cost. I feel we're gonna use this armor scheme, and we're gonna use this one on some spots where we want some heavier protection. And I think we're just gonna skip the direct hull capable one, direct hit capable one, because it really isn't. And I'm going to build on the 10th iteration, which will be the next one, because the last one was the 9th. And I'm gonna be back. The Gimli battleship, 10th iteration, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I have built a lot on the armor here, as you can see. We have also started to outline some structures here. So I did go with the cheaper of the options, naturally, because it was almost as good as the other ones, but cost half as much. And this one, I put a little section here with the more expensive armor, just because I think I'll just need to protect this laser core a little bit. I just need to make sure it's not damaged, and we're having it out here a little bit, since the enemy can be in an angle like this, or an angle like that. It's not gonna be straight broadside, most likely. And then, since I don't want to lose the Arcaballista Invictus, I did put some heavy armor here too, because a shot could theoretically go and kill both of the turrets in one shot, which would be very sad. So I did add some front-facing armor to this turret too, so it wouldn't get damaged early on. And yeah, that's basically what we added here. We added that type of armor, and I started to add some shapes and general outlines of the structure. I'm going to have the same type of armor there, with just 1 layer of metal and 1 layer of wood like that. And we of course kept our thinner, lighter armor on the side here, just